WRAD AM Radford. News, talk, sports. The WRAD Talk Network.
For a busy travel season, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Thanksgiving less than a week away, and federal transportation officials are warning there could be long lines at airports.
TSA says that the three busiest days at our nation's airport will be Tuesday and Wednesday and the Sunday after Thanksgiving. They want all travelers to get to their airports at least 2 hours prior to their flight to get through those security lines and such. Now, Denver International Airport is the third busiest in the country. Recently, a majority of the Colorado congressional delegation wrote a letter to the TSA administrator accusing the TSA of not meeting the staffing needs for Denver and its heavy load of passengers.
Fox's Alicia Acuna in Denver, Colorado. This comes as a major storm is heading to the East Coast Thanksgiving week, threatening more travel delays. The Asia-Pacific Summit has just wrapped up in San Francisco. Earlier today, President Biden met with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
We're working side by side to combat arms trafficking, to combat, tackle organized crime, and to address the opioid epidemic, and including fentanyl.
López Obrador said Mexico is committed to helping prevent drug trafficking. A suspect is dead after a shooting at a psychiatric hospital in Concord, New Hampshire. One person reported to have been injured. Governor Chris Sununu said in a statement the incident has been contained and more information will be made available as soon as possible. Massive protests in Washington, D.C. at Union Station and various spots in New York City in support of Palestinians.
These are members of SJP. So these are students from different universities across New York City calling for their universities to step up and protect pro-Palestinian students, saying all anyone's worried about is the students who are Jewish on the campus.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Midtown Manhattan. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Department of Education launching an investigation into colleges over incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
The aim here, according to the Education Department, is to take aggressive action to address the, quote, alarming nationwide rise in reports of anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and other forms of discrimination and harassment on college campuses and K-12 schools. The 7 schools under investigation by the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights so far: Mays Unified School District, Lafayette College, Cornell University, Columbia University, Wellesley College, the University of Pennsylvania, and the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Art. 5 of the complaints allege anti-Semitic harassment and 2 allege anti-Muslim harassment.
Fox's Molly Line. Members of the United Auto Workers close to ratifying deals with Stellantis and Ford that would end their long-running labor dispute. A new round of layoffs coming to Amazon, this time involving one of his most popular devices and services.
Amazon Friday beginning layoffs for several hundred people in its Alexa division in the latest cost-cutting measure by CEO Andy Jassy, following the 27,000 workers who were axed over the past year. The devices and services division, which includes the Alexa unit, was also impacted by those layoffs. Amazon also announcing that unspecified initiatives surrounding Alexa virtual assistant technology will be discontinued as a result of these measures. Since its launch in 2014, Amazon has made big investments in Alexa, largely at the direction of Jeff Bezos. At one point, the tech giant had 5,000 people working on Alexa and its Echo smart speakers. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
CBS set to celebrate Dick Van Dyke's 98th birthday with a TV special next month. The special called Dick Van Dyke, 98 Years of Magic will air December 21st. Performers have not yet been announced. Van Dyke said in a statement, he's incredibly honored to have a birthday special. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
I'm Rick Watson, and recently on Big Dog Sports Talk.
Hey, now, listen, I don't want to let these things in here. No. Listen, I didn't feel good last week. I don't want to feel bad again this weekend. I got a big weekend planned. No, leave me alone. We got a home game. I got people coming over.
But it's not SEC level immunity. That's the problem. I don't have SEC level immunity.
Well,
you got to work on it.
A lot of people would say we don't have an SEC level program down here in College Station. I wouldn't say that, but people are. It's not fair.
Big Dog Sports Talk, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on the WRAD Talk Network.
In honor of all those we've lost to cancer and those still fighting and thriving, like basketball analyst Dave Vitale.
I want to beat cancer. I'm going to beat it. That's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to win this battle.
Defeating cancer will take all of us. At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Join our team in the fight against cancer at V.org.
Hey, welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. It's time to stand up against big tech. Protect your data at expressvpn.com/Ben Shapiro.
Welcome to the Ben Shapiro Show. And no, I'm not Ben Shapiro. You could probably tell by my slightly deeper, much slower cadence. I am Michael Knowles. It's wonderful to be with you as always. You can find me at Michael J. Knowles on Twitter. You can find my show at the Daily Wire, Michael Knowles. Wonderful to be with you, and especially wonderful to be joined by my friend Megan Basham, who is the Daily Wire cultural reporter, because we've got breaking news here, folks. You're going to want to pull over if you haven't seen this. This is a real man bites dog kind of story here. It turns out that the new woke Marvel film has not done very well at the box office. It turns out that most Americans don't want to see a political correctness woke struggle session on screen with a bunch of lady superheroes following the same formulaic plot of all the other Marvel movies, which are bad enough in themselves. So to help us analyze this perplexing situation, we are joined by Megan. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Michael. Always good to be here to, trash Marvel a little bit, the Marvel trajectory.
So I'm going to put my cards on the table. I hate all of the Marvel movies. I don't like any of them. So
wow, okay.
I don't like the genre. It's not for me. I'm not saying that some of them can't be sort of fun, but it's not for me. It's how I feel about the Taylor Swift tour. I'm sure it's very impressive for the people who like it, but de gustibus non disputandum est. So I don't like them to begin with. And I especially don't like ridiculous feminist claptrap where, a little girl is beating up 300-pound guys. And I just don't buy it. And the whole thing is silly. I did see the movie. Have you seen the Marvels yet?
I have not seen the movie, and I'm going to be honest with you. I do like Marvel movies. I did like Marvel movies. I liked them when they were well done. I liked them when they were fun and irreverent, when they had really interesting themes, like you saw in Captain America. I had no interest in seeing this movie. So unless you had assigned it to me earlier and said, Megan, you have to go see this movie in order to come on the show, I really wasn't going to go see it. And that's really saying something, because I think there's only been like one or two that I haven't gone to, and this is one of them.
So why not? Is it the same reasons that I did see it, because it was assigned to me and I was not able to get out of it because I'm contractually obligated to consume a decent amount of cultural trash as part of this show. But what turned you off even when you read the headlines?
Part of it was Brie Larson's attitude from the last one was so poor. There was no gratitude for being given what is, for just about any star in Hollywood, a career-making role. She was invited into the MCU. She seemed very much to think like, I'm better than superhero movies, which fine. If you think that, then maybe don't star in a superhero movie. If you're going to be Leonardo DiCaprio, who I think has said negative things, Martin Scorsese, that's fine, but then don't go make one. So I think that was part of it. Fans didn't like that. And then the other part of it is that they went so out of their way to try to make this feminist messaging while slamming the base that goes to see these movies, which is typically young men. And, now that the movie has done, and I just want to be clear, it didn't just do poorly. It is the worst performing movie in MCU history.
Wow.
So, yeah. And just to quantify that, they're out there trying to say, oh, well, gosh, maybe it's because Brie Larson wasn't out there promoting the movie, which I actually think that probably helped it. To be honest with you, she's so unlikable.
Yep.
And then the other part of that is they've tried to say, well, it was because the writer's strike was on, which is insane. This movie made only $47 million in its opening debut. You compare that to Black Widow, which was a woman-led movie with Scarlett Johansson. It simultaneously debuted on Disney Plus and in theaters at the same time and during the pandemic, and it still made $60 million. It's still outranked the Marvels by a lot. So people, I think, are really getting tired of the Marvels. I think there really is a backlash against Disney. I don't think even they can deny it. And so all of those things, with, yes, I will say some superhero fatigue, just all combined to bury this movie.
We'll get to more on that in just a second. But first, folks, going online without ExpressVPN, it's like using your smartphone without a protective case. Most of the time, it's probably fine. Then, one time you're reaching into your pocket and fumble it, and bam, the screen is broken. You'll wish that you had protected yourself. Well, same thing every time you connect to an unencrypted network. In cafes, hotels, airports, your online data is not secured. Any hacker on that same network can gain access to and steal your personal data, like your passwords or your financial details. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack somebody. Just some cheap hardware is needed. Hackers can make up to $1,000 per person selling personal information on the dark web. ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so hackers can't steal your sensitive data. ExpressVPN is so easy to use. You just fire up the app, you click one button, and now you're protected. Plus, it works on all devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and more, so you can stay secure on the go. Secure your online data today. Visit expressvpn.com/Ben Shapiro. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Ben Shapiro. You get an extra 3 months for free. expressvpn.com/Ben Shapiro. Again, that's expressvpn.com/Ben Shapiro to get an extra 3 months for free.
Do you think the backlash is primarily against the woke stuff, in that there was that great South Park reaction where Cartman becomes Kathleen Kennedy and she's just demanding that Disney make everything more lame? No, you've got to make it more lame and more woke, and everything has to go through a DEI counselor or something. Do you think it's that? Or, because that turns me off, obviously, but my actual recoiling against these superhero movies is how perfectly formulaic they are, that there is nothing new or interesting that ever seems to happen in them anymore. Even though, as you say, in the past, occasionally you would be surprised by a theme or some beautiful little piece of art.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it. And when we talk about it being woke, it's not like it's just like, gosh, we don't like its politics, but it does really interesting things in the film. A big part of it is that it's woke, and that makes it boring storytelling. Like they're not doing interesting things. And in the past, I have compared this to like bad Christian movies. They have become sort of the bad Christian movies of big cinema, in that we're trying to teach you how to be better people. That's not interesting storytelling ever. And so we're seeing that now in these films. And so it gets very tangled up that woke is just not good storytelling, regardless of how you feel about it politically. So I think we're seeing that. And I think that was something that South Park episode touched on.
Right.
And then you have just like the bizarre race swapping. You're like, why is a character who has always been a young white man suddenly a Hispanic woman? We don't know why. They don't explain. And we're just supposed to accept this. And they are deliberately criticizing their own fan base. And then they're surprised to find out that their fan base doesn't love it. But to your point about the quality, it was funny to me that it has gotten so bad that in a fourth quarter call here a couple of weeks ago, Bob Iger had to admit the quality of our films is not what they should be. And that floored me, that you had the CEO openly saying, yeah, the quality isn't great. So as far as Kathleen Kennedy goes, I'll be interested to see how long she is for the Disney World going forward.
Of course. Because, and you know, I guess it all ties in with your point on this woke stuff being bad storytelling, which obviously then feeds the quality problem. But it comes down to, sometimes I guess the feminists have been upset that I say, I don't want to see a young woman beat up a big, strong man. And it's not because I don't love women. I love women, man. I'm very, very pro-woman. It's because that doesn't happen. That is not possible. That will never, 1,000 times that is attempted out of 1,000 times, that will not work. And so I watched it on screen and I say, oh, this movie is not tethered to reality. So I've completely lost interest. And then the rejoinder to that is, well, it's a superhero movie. You say, right, but the point of a superhero movie is to tell you something about humanity. That's what these myths are for. So if it doesn't, if the superhero movies serve the opposite purpose and they undercut aspects of human nature, then what am I watching for?
Well, and it's interesting to compare because I do like some superhero movies, and I'm kind of the sort of person who will like any film provided in its genre. I like any genre provided that it's well done. I can like a horror, I can like superhero movies. I will like any of it if you do it well. And so you compare this film to, say, the first Wonder Woman, which was a refreshing, really enjoyable movie-going experience. And that was because of Gal Gadot. So this idea that young men don't want to see female superheroes is ridiculous, because everybody enjoyed Wonder Woman. It did phenomenally at the box office. It scored very high with critics. But what it also did was it got at the gender roles of men and women in a classic way. And you saw her, one, as this sort of bringing innocence to the world. She was a woman who was bringing innocence. She wasn't this grizzled, world-weary, fighter pilot. And you compared her with, and I'm forgetting his name, Steve, her love interest in that movie. Chris Pine was Steve. And it was for love of him that she was inspired to go and create something pure in the world. And so their love, their romance created this purity. And that to me was something that got at something foundational about men and women that a Captain Marvel is not going to touch, because they're not doing that. They're just doing girl power. So there's nothing real there. So even if you're doing a comic book movie, there has to be something real. And so that's why I look at this. They're going, oh, young men don't want to see women in superhero roles. I'm like, yeah, young men hate seeing beautiful women on the screen.
Wearing like really tight clothing and, doing acrobatics. Right. Yeah, we hate that. Yeah.
So and so that was my point, is that I go, when you looked at, there was no romance in Captain Marvel. My understanding is there is not in the Marvels either, to the point that they're hinting maybe she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of chatter about that. So I think that people are not interested in stories that don't tell transcendent narratives, that don't have transcendent themes.
We'll get to more on that in just a second. But first, the holidays not only allow us to spend time with family, they're a reminder of how important our responsibility is to protect. That includes planning to secure their future. Life insurance is an easy way to give your family peace of mind. It provides a safety net, so if something were to happen to you, God forbid, your family can cover expenses while getting back on their feet. Luckily, Policy Genius helps you compare your options from top companies. Their team of licensed experts are on hand to help talk you through it. Even if you already have a life insurance policy through work, it might not offer enough protection for your family's needs. It might not follow you if you leave your job. With Policy Genius, you can find a life insurance policy starting at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and avoid those unnecessary medical exams. Policy Genius knows how valuable your time is. Their technology makes it easy to compare life insurance quotes from America's top insurers in just a few clicks and find your lowest price. Your family deserves peace of mind. A life insurance policy through Policy Genius can give it to them. Head on over to policygenius.com, get your free life insurance quotes, see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com. Again, policygenius.com. Get the life insurance you need today, policygenius.com.
So I've been on a bad run of movies lately. I have seen 3 movies. I've reviewed them. My review of The Marvels is coming out tomorrow. Obviously, I didn't like it, but I'll go into why I didn't like it more in this review. The first movie I saw for these reviews was the new Exorcist movie, which was among the worst films I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of movies. I mean, the title had previously been held by this movie Sans Soleil by the French essayist filmmaker Chris Marker, which is a movie that I've thought about for 15 years and I still don't know what it's about. Okay, and the new Exorcist.
Is it really that bad if you're still thinking about it?
I know. In a way, it's probably the greatest movie I've ever seen. If it was so horrific that I'm still thinking of it. The Exorcist was just, everything went wrong. The storytelling was wrong. The writing was wrong. The message was wrong. Nothing made any sense whatsoever. So that was terrible. Then I saw the Taylor Swift concert movie. It's just not for me. I'm not saying it was bad. She's a very impressive woman, but it wasn't for me. And then this movie was terrible. So Megan, you're more in the culture than I am. Is there any hope? Is there any movie that I can look forward to that's coming out, or is it just all going to be trash from here on out?
Well, there's a few that I'm looking forward to, and a big one for me. I watched the trailer for this, and I kind of just offhand tweeted and said, "Gosh, this looks good. I'm going to go see it." And it was one of those tweets that you don't see coming that just went totally viral. And I'm sure you've had that experience. Like, you just tweet some little thing, and people just went berserk for me tweeting this trailer. And it was from the film. It's called Freud's Last Session. It's based on a Broadway play. And it is an imagined battle of wits between Sigmund Freud and C.S. Lewis over the subject of God. And Anthony Hopkins plays Freud, which is interesting, right? Because he played C.S. Lewis in the past in Shadowlands. So a lot of people are interested to see him sort of now play against a young C.S. Lewis, who will be played by Matthew Goode, who my favorite character of his was Lady Mary's last romance on Downton Abbey. So this is the one I really have my eye on. And the word is that the playwright of this film, he is a Christian, and it was a very well-received play on Broadway. And what I'm hearing is that if it stays faithful to the Broadway play, it's going to be a phenomenal film. And of course, we can expect a phenomenal performance from those two actors. So,
wow, that's an uncharacteristic bit of hope from the popular culture.
I know.
Meg, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Meg Basham, and you can find me several times a week at Morning Wire, and of course, on Morning Wire, on Daily Wire. Pretty regular articles. So all those places.
Go follow Meg Basham right now. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm Michael Knowles. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Do not go anywhere. Don't go anywhere except to go follow Meg. We'll be right back.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, at up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, pressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stopoverdose.
Great news for home buyers. We're the Bank of Marion, New River Valley. We're the bank with a no down payment home loan. And because we don't require private mortgage insurance, your monthly home loan payments will be significantly lower and could save you thousands of dollars over the term of your loan. There's no catch. This is a bank-originated, bank service, no down payment home loan, and our closing costs are incredibly low. If you're planning to buy a new home, you need to see Mark Arney, branch manager and loan officer at the Bank of Marion, New River Valley, 220 West Main in Radford. Discover all the reasons why our no down payment home loans are so popular with so many home buyers. And we offer other great home loans too. Check us out at nrvbank.com or come see us. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender, subject to credit approval. Some restrictions may apply. NMLS 105258.
If you need a table just for 2
or enough space for 1 too many,
at Grand Home Furnishings, we have something for everyone.
You'll find the latest styles and the best selection on furniture and mattresses. If you need help, a design consultant can keep you on trend and on budget.
And if you change your mind, we have a 30-day satisfaction guarantee.
And with our 17-store buying power, we give you the lowest prices in the region.
We always go above and beyond.
Because making people happy is what we do best. I'm 5.
If you've been injured in an accident and need cash now before your case settles, Oasis Financial can help. Last month, Oasis helped over 3,000 people. Why not you? If you have an attorney, call Oasis Financial today at 877-266-9107. It takes just 3 minutes to apply. And once you're approved, get $500 to $100,000 of your settlement in as little as 24 hours with no risk to you. That's right. Get $500 to $100,000 within 1 day. If you lose your case, you don't have to pay Oasis back, ever. So call Oasis today to see if you qualify at 877-266-9107. That's 877-266-9107.
Better days are today. Get the cash you need with Oasis.
Call Oasis today at 877-266-9107. Oasis is currently not providing legal funding in Arkansas, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, North Carolina, North Dakota, or West Virginia.
Listen when you're away from your radio at WRADradio.com and the free TuneIn Radio app.
Okay, gang. Welcome back to the show. This is Ben Shapiro. No, I'm joking. I couldn't fool you. I can't even do a good Ben Shapiro impression. I'm not Ben Shapiro. I'm Michael Knowles, but it's good to be with all of you. Always love filling in for Ben when he is. I don't even know what he's doing right now. I can't. Who knows? He's flying around somewhere, giving some speech. What I would recommend is when you are traveling and getting ready for Black Friday and the holiday season, that you go out and pick up Reasons to Vote for Democrats, a comprehensive guide, my best-selling blank book, endorsed by Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Trump. I would recommend that you go check out my number one best-selling book, Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds, also endorsed by Mr. Shapiro. And you might even puff on a Mayflower cigar if we get any stock back in. But I mentioned Mr. Trump. There is some breaking news from the political and theological luminaries over at The View. This from Joy Behar, who wants to let you know that if you call yourself a Christian and you support Donald Trump, if you even don't hate Donald Trump, you are in the throes of a major contradiction.
I would like people to identify themselves because they write mean things to me. And then I look up their handle and it always says, love Trump, love Jesus. I love Jesus too. You know, we all love Jesus. But they love Trump and Jesus. That's an oxymoron right there. But that's right.
It's an oxymoron right there. I actually don't know that Joy Behar even knows the meaning of oxymoron, but she certainly doesn't know the meaning of Christianity. And the reason I mention this is not to dunk on Joy Behar or The View. I sometimes think that we conservatives in the media are the only people who watch The View. I'm told that is not the case. I'm told that it actually still gets pretty high ratings for daytime TV, which is why I guess we have to talk about these sorts of things. But I sometimes think the only place that I see The View is on conservative media. Because, you know why? Because The View offers us such teachable moments. And the teachable moment here is not that Joy Behar is a mean, nasty, awful person. It's that she actually doesn't know anything about Christianity. She doesn't know. And so she makes this joke about you love Trump and you love Jesus, that you can't do both at the same time. She doesn't know that Christianity, that our Lord tells us, love the Lord your God above all things and love your neighbor as yourself. Furthermore, she just doesn't know that Jesus says, love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. She doesn't. So the craziest part to me is that the joke falls flat because she doesn't know anything about what she's talking about. So it's that she could have made a joke. The little Mary Magdalene barb in there at the end might be sacrilegious, but it might also be, it might satisfy the conditions of comedy. The first one doesn't, because she doesn't know anything about her subject. And this is a much bigger problem than anything that you are seeing on The View or on network television. This is a problem that afflicts the whole country. We don't know basic things anymore. I heard from a university professor who's been teaching for many years now, and he said every year the kids come in, they know less and less. People who don't know who Noah is. This was 10 years ago. I was talking to a professor. He said, I have a lot of students who've never heard of Noah. Even if you're an atheist, even if you're a Zoroastrian, even if you're a Buddhist, you should know the books of the Bible. So how did we get to this place? Well, a few different ways. We got to this place because in favor of social engineering and political correctness, the libs have destroyed standards in public education. They decided that when you have high standards, that means students fail and they have to work hard and you have to address root causes of ignorance. And that's kind of yucky and icky and it doesn't feel very egalitarian. So they lowered the standards so nobody could fail. This led to rampant grade inflation. For goodness sakes, the Yale English department, supposed to be the best English department in the country, took out the Shakespeare requirement for undergraduates. You know, you could get a degree at Yale in English and not have to read Shakespeare. Can you imagine? But then it goes back even further than that. The Supreme Court told us in the middle of the 20th century that not only did you not have to, but you could not teach the Bible in public.
Hey, New River Valley, this is Mark Tapp, and I'm the co-host with Keith Weltons on AM Hodgepodge. We air every Saturday morning on 101.7 and 103.5 at 9 o'clock. And this weekend, we talk with Rachel Doyle of Hazelby and Radford Coffee Company and Belinda Blodgett with the Farmers Insurance Agency. She's your local Farmers Insurance agent. We have some great personal stories with them. It's a definite do not miss. Tune in this Saturday at 9 o'clock.
Broadcasting live from the Macadoo studio, this is WRAD-FM Radford, WRAD-AM Radford, your home for Big Dog Sports Talk with Rick Watson, the WRAD Talk Network. It's time for Radford Bobcats football on the WRAD Talk Network, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM. Radford High School football is presented by Southern Furniture, Harvey's GM, Radford Drug, Macadoo's, Mullins Funeral Home, Brad's Barbershop, and Dr. Dennis Vaughn. Here to call the action for tonight's game, Radford High School alums Nick Brown and Timothy Whirls. Now to the stadium, and the voice of the Radford Bobcats, Nick Brown.
Last week, Radford demolished James River 63-0 for a historical playoff victory. The win moves the black and gold to the second round of the playoffs and 11-0 on the year. Coach Chris' crew now stares face-to-face with a roadblock that has ended the Bobcats' last 3 years. Appomattox. Tonight, Radford is favored. Tonight, they're expected to win. Tonight, the team is ready to kick down the door and advance to the region title. We'll find out soon if they can take down the boogeyman, and you'll hear it here on WRAD.
Hey guys, this is Ollie Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At Macadoo's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to Macadoo's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious Macadoo's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a Macadoo's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. Macadoo's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at macadoos.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
Radford High School football is on WRAD. It's time for the Harvey's GM pregame report. With a look ahead at tonight's matchup, we head back to the stadium to Nick Brown and Timothy Whirls.
Live from the New River City, I'm Nick Brown. He's Timothy Whirls. Thank you for tuning in for round 2 of the 2023 VHSL football playoffs. Tonight, Radford 11-0 versus Appomattox 6-4. Fourth season in a row that these two teams have met in the playoffs. Third season in a row that it has been in the second round of the playoffs, and it is now 5 out of the last 8 years that Radford and Appomattox have taken on each other in the playoffs. Mr. Whirls, tonight is the first time that there's not a weather anomaly. There's not a traffic anomaly to disrupt this game, and we're going to start on time.
I love it. Yeah, the last few years we had a spring season, we had a tornado watch in the area, and then all of a sudden we turned around and we had snow and the Knipes personal heater in the bleachers with us. And then last year's game was just a nominee anyways, just the way it turned out. And so, but
really cool.
You know, Appomattox has become what I believe here in the region, the gate city for the Radford Bobcats in the whole state playoffs. It seems like every year Radford Gates a lot of years ran into each other, and that's how it's become here in the region playoff. The second round, once again, somehow, I told you this week, Nick, somehow, once again, Glenver escapes the best two teams in the region. The best two teams in the region have to play each other in the second round, and this year, Radford is excited to host Appomattox again. They're excited to get revenge, and daggone it, instead of scratching our head saying, why is Appomattox on our side, this team's excited, and they want Appomattox, and it's going to be a good night of football tonight.
How about this? Radford is 11-0. Appomattox a down year, 6-4, but 5 straight wins for the Raiders.
They made an adjustment at the quarterback position, and that seems to be the magic ingredient. Took them a few games to get there. They played a pretty stout schedule at the beginning with a lot of those Lynchburg teams, but since then they put number 1 Reagan Conroy right there at the quarterback position, and they have been grooving, and they are on a winning streak tonight.
Well, that's just a quick little tease before we truly dive into Radford and Appomattox. Let's rewind it a little bit and go back to last week where Radford, historical win over James River, 63-0. And how about this? Colton Garner-Rollins, a pick 6 to get the largest playoff margin of victory in Radford High School history.
Pretty cool to witness. Another record to be put down into the record book, and it kept the game interesting last week for us on the radio.
It certainly did. Let's go over some scoring last week. Landon Clark, 3 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. Usual 4-touchdown game. J.D. Grubb, 2 rushing touchdowns on the evening. Brandon Thompson, Colton Gardner-Rollins, each with a receiving touchdown. And Max Knipe, in his first game back from injury, 2 receiving touchdowns. Radford enters today 48.7 points per game and giving up 7.4 points per game. Just over 400 total yards per game and holding opponents to less than 140 yards per game. They're pretty darn good, folks. And how about this? 1, 2, 3, 4 of the last 5 games, Radford has scored 50-plus points.
That's impressive. That's something that it doesn't come easy. And a lot of people say, is it because of the opponents we've been playing, or is it because of the team that we are this year? And I'd say a little bit of both, but I would lean more toward that's just the kind of team we have. A lot of athletes, a lot of speed. And when you have a good quarterback like Landon Clark, it makes it easier to put up points like that.
Well, and how about this? Radford, everybody wants to say, oh, they haven't played anybody. They haven't played anybody. Well, they beat Allegheny, and yes, Allegheny's season came to an end to Rustburg last week, 40-29. But Radford beat them 49-22. Beat the 3A team 49-22, who finished the year 9-1. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, we mentioned it all season long, and that game became a really good win for us. We didn't know that night. We knew it was a kind of a good game for 3 quarters, but then we look back and there was a playoff team. They were 9-1, and we dominated. That was a really good win for the Bobcats.
Let's take a look around the playoffs around the state at the moment. Winner tonight, Radford and Appomattox will take on the winner of Gretna and Glenver. So it could be a rematch next week between the Highlanders and the Bobcats. Always weird to say that, by the way. And then down below on the other side of the western part of the state, Union and Tazewell tonight, and Graham and Gate City. The 1, the 4, or the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4 seed all advanced in both these sides of the western part of the bracket. All the favorites got picked and all the favorites won. Gretna, this is the most interesting one. Gretna, 28-27 in overtime over Floyd.
Yeah, that game became a really good game. At first, Gretna jumped out by two scores right there, and then it ended up being a good one. And the Floyd gave them a run for their money, but Gretna escaped, and Gretna's got another hard one tonight against the Glenver Highlanders.
We'll talk more about the eastern part of the teams throughout the evening. Of course, it all weighs on, well, it doesn't really matter right now until Radford gets the state championship. So right now we're just kind of concerned about what's on the western side of the state. All right, we teased it a little bit. Let's head on over to Appomattox. Radford and Appo. Last 4 years in a row, have met each other in the playoff. It's only the 7th all-time meeting, though. So 4 out of the 7 meetings have happened in, the 4 years. All-time record, Radford 2-4. Home record, though, 2-1. That's a good sign right there. The all-time score favors Appomattox by 63 points. And, since these last 3 games, so dating back to the spring 2021 season, Radford has been outscored by Appomattox 135-73. That's an average score of 45 points to 24.3. But what I do want to point out is each year Radford has gotten closer and has shrunk that deficit to closer and closer.
Yeah, I think the defense is starting to adjust to the offense that we're going to see tonight. Appomattox is a heavy run offense with a lot of athletes, and they do it well. They do it really well, that pistol offense. The quarterback stays low. The running backs stay low. It's hard to see who has the ball. And for the linebackers, as soon as you finally realize who's got the ball, they're 3 or 4 yards downfield, and it's hard to stop. And so I think the Bobcat defense has been able to adjust and game plan. So I'm really hoping tonight the Bobcat defense, which has been really good for us this season, has a really good game plan because they're used to this kind of offense now.
Well, let's talk about how they run this offense. Mr. Doug Knipe does a fantastic job going through the tendencies, but, we're not natural. Well, you're kind of a natural football mind. I'm not truly, so I kind of get all tripped up by the math and the numbers of his tendencies that he throws in. That's advanced statistics. I'm not a super advanced statistics guy, but you know what? I was like, it's a big game. I'm going to tackle it. I'm going to go after it. I kind of dumbed them down for myself, though. Appomattox only throws the ball 18% of plays. And, they only throw the ball. They've only thrown the ball over 2 games, 2 big blowouts that, Coach Knipe goes through and gets these tendencies from. He only goes through 2 games. He doesn't have enough time to go through all the season, But they only threw the ball 3 times on 3rd downs in those 2 games. And so I thought that was pretty fascinating. So they only threw the ball 18% of times total plays. And then the rest, it's run, and it's all option.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so crazy right now. And again, the reason they're not even passing a lot on 3rd downs is because their offensive line is strong. They fire off the ball, and by the time the linebackers understand where the ball is, they are 5 yards downfield. So every 3rd down is going to be a short one. But hey, the Bobcats are going to come ready tonight. They know it's going to be run heavy. It's a tale of 2 tapes on the opposite side. Radford's going to pass a lot tonight. We know Appomattox is going to run a lot tonight. Expect the first quarter to be some adjustments, and then the Bobcat defense locking in. And I think the defense is ready to give them something this year and play with a lot of confidence.
The seniors this year have faced Appomattox the last 3 years in a row, and they have lost all 3. So you definitely think they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder.
Absolutely. Always. It's playoff time, man. Everyone's got a chip on their shoulder, hopefully.
Well, I talked about Doug Knipe's advanced tendencies that he so kindly provided for us, but Mr. Brown went in there and did some advanced ranking statistics here.
He dove into going to be a science tonight.
Well,
science into it.
Kind of. He's a statistics nerd. He truly is.
Wow.
He went in through the rankings of max preps. We talk about how much max preps, whatever. But it is a rankings list that
they're the CBS Sports of high school.
They do a solid enough job with ranking, and I think they try to do their best with strength of schedule and try to truly get the rankings. So here we go. Radford's Virginia rank, regardless of classifications, 33rd. Appomattox 123. 2A ranking, Radford number 1 by a mile, by the way. Appomattox 11. And then it gets weird with the records, right? So this is no statistics needed for this one. This one's pretty generic. Radford's 1A record, 2-0. Appomattox 1-1 versus 1A teams. Radford 6-0 versus 2A opponents. Appomattox 5-1. And then 3A opponents, Radford 2-0. Appomattox 0-2. Now, the average rank of 3A opponents for Appomattox is 12.5. The average rank for 3A opponents for Radford is 29.5. And that kind of gets hurt by, playing Carroll County.
No doubt. Yeah. The teams in our area that's 3A compared to the teams up there in Lynchburg is 9-day difference. A lot heavier power hitters up there.
So Appomattox is 6-4 in the year, 6-5 if you want to count the Lord Bobcats forfeit that they had to give up. That would have been a pretty darn good game, but they had to give that game up. So technically they're 6-5. I count them as 6-4 for games that they've played on the season. They started the year 1-4. They had a win. They'll start the year against Buckingham County, and then they lost 4 straight to Rustburg, Heritage Lynchburg, Gretna, and Alta Vista. They lost to Gretna, who, folks, by the way, only won 28-27 over Floyd. So if you want to go with the transitive property, never works in football.
Nope.
A little bit better in high school than it does in college, and a little bit better than in NFL. Yeah. So Gretna beat Appomattox 31-23, and Gretna only beat Floyd in the first round of the playoffs 28-27. So I don't know if you want to take that with a grain of salt. Whatever. Just take it how it is. Then they rattled off some wins. 5 straight over Nelson County, Chatham, William Campbell, Dan River, and then beat Chatham again in the first round of the playoffs 49-6. And it's all in part to what, Mr. Timothy Wells?
Hey, big quarterback swap.
Big quarterback swap. They gave up their senior quarterback for a junior, and the junior quarterback, Reagan Conroy, 5'9", 155 pounds, and he's a junior. Folks, I'm 5'6" and 155 pounds. Just to throw that out there. He's not a big boy.
No, he's not. And he just looks a whole lot different than the quarterback we've been facing the last few years.
Yes.
In Appomattox uniform. So a little difference there. I think that's going to be a big advantage, and a difference in this team than we've seen in the past is like, hey, he's got a good record as a quarterback. As a Radford fan, I'm looking at that schedule, the winning streak, not that great of a powerhouse kind of slate of teams right there. But nonetheless, they've won a lot of games in a row. They're well coached. We know that. They're well disciplined. We know that. And they took a long bus ride here. They've been warming up for 8.5 hours on the field, and they're ready to roll.
Yeah, they interrupt Coach Saunders' gym class today on the field to start warming up at 2 in the morning. No, I'm just kidding. They were here at 4:30 though, warming up. I'm dead serious about that. That is pretty darn crazy. They started the season being outscored by an average of score 15-27. The last 5, they've been winning games by an average score of 49-15. And you talked about how it's a different quarterback. Well, their quarterback isn't even the most athletic guy that they had a season ago. 3 Virginia Tech recruits and guys that have played Virginia Tech football, played in games for Virginia Tech this season, were on this field a year ago playing in this football game.
Yeah, that was impressive last year, and what a good football game it was. I was kind of reminiscent from a year ago on this field in this game that we saw. Radford went down early, got punched in the mouth, but then they battled back, and they had opportunities. And that's going to be one of the keys tonight when we get to those later, Nick, is we got to start strong and fast. But to thank 3 Virginia Tech players playing on this field last year, pretty remarkable. And we got a few more athletes still left in the tank that are going to be on this field tonight as well.
Yeah, there certainly are. Landon Clark, of course, committing to Elon. And, of course, Appomattox is always going to reload with athletes left and right. That's just what they are known for. But, hey, there's a bunch of newcomers for Radford as well. One in particular that I asked Coach Christ about, and he said is a future D1 football player, a freshman on the Radford roster. On the other side of this break, you'll hear it on Coach Talk for the second round of the playoffs here on WRAD.
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats! Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats!
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
Hey guys, this is Ollie Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ollie sent you. That's Harvey's Gym, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats!
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At McAdoo's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to McAdoo's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious McAdoo's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a McAdoo's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. McAdoo's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at macadoos.net, and we'll see you at the Doos.
This is Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, and streaming online at WRADradio.com and on the TuneIn app for your phone. Now, more of the Radford Bobcats pregame with head coach Michael Christ. Here is Nick Brown.
Welcome back to the Bobcat pregame show, playoff edition, round 2 here on WRAD. I'm Nick Brown, sitting across the way from the head man himself, Coach Christ, after another win, another historic mark, 63-0, the largest playoff victory in Radford High School football history. How good does that sound, Coach Christ?
It sounds good, right? Just a credit to the kids and coaches for being able to do that. And, obviously the playoffs have expanded over the years, which makes that sometimes different. But at the same time, our kids played and they all played and, got an opportunity to preserve that shutout. And that's always exciting because that's hard to do.
Well, you got, like you said, defensively wise, you guys got it done. And it was a defensive touchdown there that put you guys over that 60 mark. How good did that feel for CGR to take it all the way back to the house? And then, of course, like you said, preserve that shutout for their 5th year.
Yeah. We're I feel like Carol Lee ought to sponsor us, because we've kind of bought stock, buying donuts for the kids. In addition to Zero Bar. So it was good. It was good for us. It was good for Colton. Colton's going to be really, really good football player. He just happens to be in a secondary. He obviously plays quite a bit as a freshman, but he's in a secondary that's with kind of like we're really experienced and really good back there. So I think, for a lot of he's going to be really good. I think he's another recruitable athlete in the future. So to see him kind of get that success, really offensively and defensively was really big for him. And it's tough. We're a good football team, and some of those younger guys are talented and good, but it's still hard to get a lot of productivity, right? Just because we got some older guys that are really good too. So that was exciting.
All right, I'm going to hit you with this. You guys are top 5 in scoring offense in the state, regardless of classification. And you guys are top 10 in scoring defense, regardless of classification. How have you guys gotten it done on both sides of the football like that?
A lot of hard work, right? Going back to last January, just a relentless commitment in the weight room, a relentless commitment to our speed development. The kids have bought in that the only way you reach success is with work. And that's really where it happened. Ever since last December, guys just committed. And that'd been a multi-year process, right? So I don't want to make it sound like they weren't committed before. That was kind of at the forefront of coming here. I felt like, if we're going to be successful, this is how we're going to do it. It's the only blueprint that I know, right? I think every coach has a way, kind of has a blueprint for what they think they need to do to be successful in the weight room. Is just kind of my path, right? That's what I feel like will make us successful. It's what I believe in. It's what I know. It's what I understand. And then I think you couple that with a great coaching staff. We had to tweak some things defensively. We knew we needed to adjust after last year and, give all that defensive staff credit. But, Roger Hollins, defense coordinator, and DJ Baylor, defensive back coach, kind of right-hand man. They were at the forefront this offseason to make these changes. And, of course, Richie Davis and Josh McGuire kind of joined in. But those two just really spearheaded that process. And then all four of them have done a tremendous job coaching it up. And then, of course, we're so lucky. Zach Landis, our offensive coordinator, Josh Smith, and then we were able to add Randy Grubb. Josh is as good a wide receiver coach as I've ever been around. Obviously, Coach Landis and the stats speak for themselves. And then to bring Coach Grubb in as a running back coach, he's tough, right? He's played at the highest level, and he's tough, and he works those guys. So certainly made us better.
All right, here we go. Round 4 versus Appomattox, the 4th straight season that the Bobcats have taken on the Raiders and Doug Smith's wild, wacky offense that we like to call it. What difficulties do they present to you guys, not only schematically but also athletically as well?
Well, I mean, they're talented. I think that's probably it. I don't care what offense you run, what you do defensively. You got to have some guys that can play, and they've had a lot of guys that can play. So I think that's the kind of the main thing. But additionally, you don't see split back veer very often, right? And they run it well, and it's fast. It's right at you, and it can take a little time to adjust. It's not even remotely close to seeing a wing, but it's an oddball, right? At least in 2023. So sometimes it takes a little time to settle down defensively and prepare for it. I think we've done a good job. I think we have a good plan going into it, but you can't simulate it very well in practice. So hopefully we adjust to the speed of it, get a feel, and that our plan is very sound, and we can make things happen.
Well, that will lead into my my final question here. What are the keys to success to finally getting over this Raider hump?
I think it's going to be about execution, right? It's going to be about I talked about sometimes it can take you a little time to settle down defensively, because it is different. It is the first time you see it all year. But I think that the key to doing that is to not panic, right? We've got to keep our heads. We've got to have a calmness and clarity to us, and we got to pause and execute, right? Not press and panic. And I think that's the key. Conflict will arise in a playoff game; it's inevitable. But I think the ability for us to continue to execute and push through is going to be key.
Well, thank you, Coach Chris. And this will wrap up the Region 2C semifinals edition of Coach Talk. On the other side of this break, the second round of the playoffs, this time between Radford and Appomattox for the 4th straight season. And you can catch it here on WRAD.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At McAdoo's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to McAdoo's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious McAdoo's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a McAdoo's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. McAdoo's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at McAdoo's.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
Hey guys, this is Ali Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
You're listening to Radford High School football on WRAD Radford, WRAD FM Radford, your home for Bobcat football, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, the WRAD Talk Network.
Welcome back to Bobcat Stadium at Norman G. Lindenberg Field. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Whirls, as we get you set for round 2 of the VHSL Class 2 playoffs between Radford and Appomattox. Both teams taking the field right now. The coin toss has been thrown up into the air. Tonight's captains for Appomattox: number 2, Max Nitty; number 5, Grayson Peterson; number 12, Kevin Fitch; and number 56, Tyshawn Napier. For your Bobcats, the usual suspects: Landon Clark, Max Knipe, Brandon Thompson, and Charlie Davis. 2 injury notes for the Bobcats today. No Isaiah Austin, who has really come onto his own on the defensive side of the football recently, and no Cooper Doyle, both out due to sickness. So Radford will be shorthanded, and we will keep you updated on them, hopefully, throughout the weeks of the playoffs, and hopefully they get better. Here's an interesting note. Appomattox won the coin toss, but elected to receive the football. Timothy, what does that mean that the Raiders want to do?
That means that they're trying to set the tone tonight, and they want to really set the tone hard against the Bobcats. And so what the Bobcats need to do is set the tone back. Our defense gets on the field, get a stop. We get the ball back in the second half. Let's roll.
All righty, we'll step aside for the national anthem. We'll see you in 1.5 minutes for Radford and Appomattox for the round 2 of the Class 2 VHSL football playoffs of the 2023 season here on WRAD.
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats. Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
You're listening to Radford Bobcats football on the WRAD Talk Network. Here once again are Radford High School alums Nick Brown and Timothy Whirls.
Well, Appomattox won the coin toss and elected to receive the football. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Whirls. Thank you for tuning in for tonight's clash for round 2 of the Region 2A, or Region 2C, sorry about that, semifinals here for 2023. Radford and Appomattox, the Bobcats 11-0, the Raiders 6-4, 6-5 if you count the forfeit to Lord Botetourt. Radford in their all-black uniforms, gold stripe down the helmet, white rocking on either side, black jerseys, white numbers on either side with 2 white stripes on the shoulder pads. Black pants with 2 white stripes going up the sides, and the Raiders in their white jerseys, navy blue pants, and chrome silver helmets with blue face masks. Luci Puglisi tees the ball up. Buckle up, folks. Round 4 is just getting started. Puglisi trots up to the football, swings the leg, end over end. It's going to be caught at the 20. Ball on the ground. Raiders fumbling for it. They get it at the 20 and running backward to the 18. Slowed down as Max Nitty all the way at the 19. An atrocious start on the opening kickoff for Appomattox that just barely survived.
Coach Smith decided they won the coin toss. They wanted the ball. They want to try to go down our throat and score early. Well, that's not the tone if you're Coach Smith that you want right there. Muffled kickoff return right there. Good field position for the Bobcat defense. It's playoff atmosphere here, and the fans are already warmed up.
That was Jamarion Haskins who dropped the football, and it was scooped up by Max Nitty. Under center, Reagan Conroy, the 5'9" junior, in the split back veer option. Bobcats all up on the line. There's the handoff. It goes just to the 20-yard line. A gain of only one. Charlie Davis smacking his helmet. He's juiced and fired up, and so is this crowd.
Yeah, Charlie Davis, we were talking, Nick, earlier about how Charlie had his breakout game against Appomattox 2 years ago as a younger guy. Right there, he starts off tonight with the first tackle of the game.
2nd down and 9 at the 20-yard line at the near hash. Appomattox working left to right in their navy blue pants. Under center, it's Conroy, the split back veer. They motion out to the left, takes up the middle, and he's chopped down at the line of scrimmage, taken down by Brandon Thompson. There is a flag on the field thrown immediately at the snap.
Great play by the Bobcats, not letting anything happen in that option play.
Sideline warning on the Bobcats here. And, we're just going to move the ball for a gain of 3. So, yes, it's going to be 3rd down and 6 after the run up the middle. Here we go. 3rd and 6. We said it earlier. Appomattox only throws the ball 18% of the time. They have nobody out wide. 3 running backs behind Reagan Conroy, hands it off to his fullback up the middle, squirts through the hole, still on his feet, and he's going to pick up a solid gain of 3, and it's going to bring up, give him 4. It's going to bring up 4th down and 2.
About 5 players trot on already for Appomattox. Makes it look like it's going to be a punt, and I believe that's exactly what they're going to do here.
Yep, Reagan Conroy is going to step back. Not only is he the new quarterback, he's also listed as a wide receiver, but he's also the punter. Mr. Do-It-All. Sincere Taylor stands back at the 37-yard line on the Bobcats side of the field. The ball is up in the air. It was a fake punt. Bobcats over it, and they stuff him at the 24. A disastrous special teams play, and the Bobcats get a huge turnover on downs deep in Appo territory.
Looked like they were going to go for the fake right there, the direct snap to the lead blocker right there, the halfback in the backfield. And Coach Smith, I think, really wanted to come in here to set a scene and set a tone in behalf of the Raiders. And the Bobcats do the opposite to them, getting a big-time stop, and the high-powered offense is in great field position to start off.
Ball at the 24-yard line, and Landon Clark starting it out with drawing an offsides penalty. He's been so good at that all year round, and he opens the gates with one right there. Got number 25, Tavian Kidd, to get a little too early on that jump. So 10:29 on the clock. It's now going to be 1st and 5 at the 19. Shotgun snap for Clark, middle of the hashes, drops back, steps up in the pocket. He's going to use his legs, shimmies his way out to the 10, and he is tripped up at the 8. That's a Brad's Barbershop first down into the 9-yard line, and it's 1st and goal Radford after the carry of around 11.
Appomattox is so concerned right now with the Bobcat receivers, the wide openness that Landon took advantage of. Great job for the first down right there.
4 wide out split for Clark, who hands it off. J.D. Grubb throws a shoulder in the hole, and he's only going to get 1. He's not going to be able to run the football wild and free today. They have a lot of big boys up front.
That's the one thing we've been talking about the Bobcat offense this season is the running game. Haven't really been getting it going. Even last week against James River in 63-0 win. Bobcats really didn't run that well. We're going to see that get going tonight.
Middle of the hashes at the 9, 5 wide, 2 wide outs to the left, 3 to the right. Clark drops back, steps up, rolls out to the right, looking deep. Now steps up, takes his legs, pump fakes his way down to the 4, where he is planted there by Max Nitty. It will bring up 3rd down and goal from the 4. Last week, that would have been a touchdown. Totally different animal today, Timmy.
Well, it's a great run right there by Landon, and Appomattox is going to be forced to make a decision. Are they going to put all their attention on the receivers when Landon drops back? Well, that's going to allow him to scramble all night long. Are they going to start keying in on Landon? Well, then eventually it's going to leave a receiver open. So Appomattox got a big decision to make here early in this game.
9:36 on the scoreboard. Third down and goal from the 4 at the far hash. Shotgun snap, a quarterback keeper all the way to the right. Clark dancing around, tripped up, spun around, and he's gummed up at the goal at the 4, the line of scrimmage. Brings up now 4th down and goal from the 4. Now it's decision time for Coach Kristen. Here comes the field goal unit for the Bobcats.
Coach Chris wants these points. He knows how much they matter in a game like this, and the Bobcats, I mean, that was a direct run for Landon Clark, and Appomattox was ready for it again. It's going to be a night where I believe we're just going to drop back and pass and make Appomattox choose between, do we cover Landon or do we cover the receivers? Because every time we've done a direct run play, Appomattox has been on it.
Lewis Webster from the far hash. Clean snap, clean hold. The kick is away. It's a wobbler. Did it squeak on through? It did. Radford draws first blood for the first field goal of the playoffs. 3-0, 8:52 to go in the first quarter. Radford stuffs Appomattox on a fake punt attempt, and then just a few plays later, hang 3 up on the scoreboard. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Radford draws first blood here in the Region 2 Round 2 playoffs on WRAD.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
Now back to more Radford High School football on your home for the Bobcats, WRAD.
3-0 with 8:52 to go in this first quarter. Radford leading Appomattox. It's going to be a rock fight tonight, folks, as Radford was stuffed at the 4-yard line. They settled for 3 points. Teeing the ball up, Luci Puglisi back to receive this kick for the Raiders is number 2, Max Nitti. Puglisi tees the ball up at the 40. Hand above his head, motions forward, trots up, swings the leg through. Another ball that lands in a no man's land is going to be scooped up at the 30. Bobcats come charging, splitting defenders, rumbling out to the Trayson Kelso out to the 35-yard line. There is a late flag coming in, and we're going to see who it's on.
Yeah, it's going to be against Appomattox. A little unnecessary roughness at the end of that play. He pushed number 10 for us, Jaden Hendricks, after the whistle, and immediately the flag came out.
Props for Jaden to not retaliate. Referees still haven't signaled who this penalty's on quite yet. The ball was returned by Trayson Kelso to the 46. There's after the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. And so the ball would have been at the 36, not the 46, 36. And this ball is going to be taken way back after that 15-yard penalty. Back to the 21 at the far hash. Appomattox still working left to right with 8:47 to play in this opening frame.
Great start for the Bobcat defense, getting a, it would have been a 4-and-out because they went for the fake right there. And Bobcats looking to do it again here. Second time on defense.
Split back veer, under center Conroy. Takes the snap, handoff immediately to his big fella up the middle. He rumbles, churning his legs, and it's a gain of 8 on first down.
Yeah, those are the plays that Appomattox is so successful for, that they take on the initial hit by the defense and they keep moving their feet, and eventually you hit the guy 2 yards downfield, but he lands 8 yards downfield, and Radford can't let that happen or get going tonight for the Raiders.
Second down and 2 at the 29-yard line. Conroy again under center. This time he's got 2 wideouts wide. Ball is at the far hash, 8:15 and rolling in the first quarter. Radford leading 3-0. Conroy takes snap, another handoff immediately up the middle. This one's going to be a gain of 4. He'll be taken back, and they're going to give him forward progress of 4 yards and a first down out to the 34-yard line. That would actually be a gain of 5 on the run.
That time it was the offensive line for Appomattox firing off the ball, giving those running lanes right there for a good solid 4 yards and a big first down for the Raiders, who didn't pick up 1 first down the first time they were out there this evening.
What are the keys to success for the defensive side of the football for Radford?
Well, they've already done it. You know, we can't get punched in the mouth early like we did last year and create a hole that was just impossible to overcome.
Conroy again under center, fresh set of downs at the 34-yard line. Far hash, Conroy hikes the hide, curls out to the left on some misdirection, and he falls forward for a gain of 5.
Another good play right there by Appomattox. the running backs went to the right and the quarterback opened up that way and then spun and kept it and went the opposite way, kind of like a quarterback counter, if you will. And he picked up a good solid gain on first down, keeping the chains, the ball ahead of the chains. Again, not what we saw in the first series.
Ball placed at the 39. It is 2nd and 5 as we dip under 7 minutes to go in this first quarter. Split back field, 2 wideouts wide for Conroy, who takes the snap, handoff up the middle, and this one is stuffed at the line. They're still going to give him 2 yards. Another late flag coming in after the play, and we'll see who it's on.
I didn't see
Chippiness early, and they're pointing at Radford, I believe, here in the preliminary meetings. And here we go. Personal foul. And, yep, it's going to be on Radford, so that's going to move the chains. Helmet-to-helmet contact is the call there. And, we haven't seen that all year, but, hey, there it is. And Appomattox is now in Radford territory for the first time today at the 43-yard line, far hash. By the way, the Bobcats have not given up a single point in the last month. Under center, Conroy takes a snap, handoff, big man, Kelso up the middle, stuffed by 4 or 5 black jerseys, still got 3 yards. Man, that big boy can churn those legs.
Yeah, it looked like nothing was there. And like you said, Nick, he's still got 3 yards. He's going to keep those legs moving, and that's what Appomattox's bread and butter is. Take the initial hit, keep running, and let's get 3 yards minimum on each play, and we'll keep those things moving.
Back to those defensive stats. Radford, 4 shutouts in the last 5 games, 5 total shutouts on the season. That's a top 10 scoring defense in the state, regardless of classification. Under center, Conroy drops back to pass, flips one out to left, and a diving catch made short of the line to gain there by Nitty. It's a gain of 4, brings up 3rd down and 7.
For a team that doesn't pass a lot, that was a fast pass right there. Most teams would do the conventional 3-step drop and then out. This time, Conroy just did 1 step back and chucked it in, and they got a good gain right there.
3rd down and 3, ball at the 36. Appo has to get to the 34. 33. Under center, Conroy, handoff up the middle, sprinting free down to the 25 is number 8, Daniel Bradley, and it's enough for an Appomattox first down to the 25. And the Raiders trying to put the first points on the board on this Radford defense for the first time in 36 days.
Well, it was 3rd and short, Nick, and for some reason, from the booth, I'm looking at the linebackers. They're 5 yards back from the line of scrimmage, which they haven't done much of that all season long.
5:13 and ticking away in the first quarter. Radford still leading 3-0. Under center, Conroy, 1st and 10, keeps it himself up the middle, and he is stuffed at the line and still falls forward for a gain of about 2, 3, 2nd down. Looking to back him up there. I was about to say, it is now 2nd and 8.
The thing the Bobcats are going to figure out tonight with only a 3-man front, there's some wide open gaps for a team that runs 80% of the time. And so those linebackers are going to come up, and they're going to have to fill the gaps quickly if they're going to stop this offense.
Ball placed at the 23 at the far hash. Raiders moving left to right tonight on your radio dial here in this first quarter. Conroy takes the snap, distributes the rock up the middle. Kelso stood up. Brandon Thompson and company throw him back, but he still gets 3 more yards out to the 20, and it brings up 3rd down and 5. Man, I tell you what, that Kelso guy is a strong, strong boy. The senior, only 5'8", but 195 pounds, and I swear 90% of his weight goes to his legs.
Absolutely. He's a good, solid, strong base kind of running back right there, and he's getting yards every single time he touches it now and again. The linebackers, I just want to see those first possession linebackers are right there on the line, and right now they're sitting back again.
Kelso giving a breather, 3rd down and 5 for Appomattox at the 20. They have to get to the 15. Taking the snap, Conroy, handoff up the middle, bursting through the hole there was Daniel Bradley. Into the red zone he goes, and down to the 12 he went. A nice carry there of roughly 8. And it brings up 1st down and 10 from the 12.
Yeah, the Bobcats did a really good job predicting what end is going to come on. They went to the outside, almost playing the option play, but it was a quick handoff right down the middle, and there's a gap right there to get another 1st down.
A methodical drive here by the Raiders. This will be the 9th play of the drive. Conroy, the junior quarterback, goes under center with 2 wideouts out. Takes the snap, keeps it himself, cuts up the field, and gets a solid gain of 4, down to the 8. Down to the 9. He was at the 13, gets it to 9. Still gain of 4. Second down, and now 6.
Methodical is just the best term right now for this offensive possession right now. I mean, the Bobcats just stuffed them the first series, and Appomattox coming right back out after holding the Bobcats to a field goal and marching on down the field.
Second down and 7 from the 9, 2:48 and rolling in the first quarter. Radford 3, Appomattox 0. They trying to get that donut off the board. Handoff up the middle. It's just going to get down to the 6 and where a scrum begins, and a carry of around 2, probably the best defended play of the drive right there on play number 10 on this drive. Brings up third down and around 4 from the 7. They'll have to get to the 3 to move the chains, but you're at the 3, might as well score if you're Appomattox.
This is 4-down territory for the Raiders. You can almost guarantee it.
This will be the 11th play of the drive. In the previous 10 plays of the drive, they've only thrown the ball once. Conroy has 2 receivers to his right with man-to-man press coverage on them. Under center, it's Conroy. Takes the snap, pitches it out to the left. A Convoy leading the way and taking it into the end zone. Touchdown. Appomattox rumbling in was DeMonte Fleshman, but there is a flag that is most likely going to be holding on one of the wide receivers, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah, I think it was on Charlie Davis. He got up pretty upset looking at the referee holding his jersey.
The refs converge before taking a look, and there's the call, holding, and that is a big-time call. Not only was that third down and 4, we're going to replay that third down, and that's going to back him up 10 yards.
That was a really good play call, too, by the Raider offense right there. Bobcats packing the defensive box right there because they've been running left, right, up the middle. They put 2 receivers wide, made the defense spread out, and they pitched it out there, and there was a gap right there for a touchdown, but thankfully Holding brought it back.
So now it's going to be third down and 11 from the 14. Refs blow it dead. Converge over the football, stand over it, and move it back to the line of scrimmage, the original line of scrimmage. So it was third and 11, now third and 10. Here we go.
Big third down.
1 wide receiver to the left, 1 to the right of the offensive line. Conroy under center. Reagan Conroy receives the football, drops back the pass, throwing over the middle, where it is caught, and diving down to the 2 is Daniel Bradley, and he moves the chains. Oh, are they going to put him short? No, they're going to mark him a yard short. It's going to be 4th and 1. They're going to say his knee was down at the 4. A gain of 9 on the pass play there on the slant route over the middle. Well, here we go. Big boy football. 4th down and 1.
Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump.
From the 4-yard line, up the middle they go with the tush push. Bobcats say they stuffed him, and they're going to mark Appomattox way down at the 1. Yeah, he got that by a mile.
I saw a couple of our players saying no, but pretty obvious he got it quickly.
Reese Honaker comes up a little gimpy after the tush push there, or the brotherly shove is what they've coined it up there in Philadelphia. Gain of 3, 1st and goal now from the 1 with 1:15 to play in this first quarter. Woo, what a fast first quarter there, Mr. Timothy.
Helps when you run every single play. And the 2 times they've passed, they've completed it. This is a good drive for the Raiders.
The 13th play of the drive is 1st and goal from the 1. Middle of the hashes. Conroy hikes the hide. Handoff up the middle. Appomattox scores. Touchdown, Raiders. And they take the lead right back. 6-3 with 57 seconds to go in this first quarter. Folks, that was a 7-minute and 50-second drive.
Not much else to add to that. What you just said, Nick, I mean, we just got grounded and pounded all the way down the field until eventually ended up in the end zone.
The extra point to be attempted here by Jalen Meganson. Excuse me, check that. That's going to be Mark Alos. Clean snap, clean hold. Kick is up and away, and it dive bombs its way through. 7-3. Raiders on top of the Bobcats with 57 seconds to play in the first quarter of frame. First time Radford has trailed in 36 days. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Radford's got work to do here on WRAD.
Hey guys, this is Ali Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
On the air and online. Now back to more Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network.
Old school football versus an air raid. And right now, the old school football and the Appomattox Raider leading the air raid offense and the Radford Bobcats 7-3 with just under a minute to play here in the first quarter. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Whirls. We just got off of a 79-yard, 7-minute and 50-second touchdown drive that lasted 13 plays.
If you're Appomattox, you're loving that because the way you started the game was pretty poorly. You muffled the opening kickoff, and then you got stood up by the defense pretty quickly, and then Bobcats were able to put a field goal in. But the Raider defense holding us to a field goal, I think, started the momentum for the offensive touchdown there for the Raiders.
A line drive kick that's going to be picked up by Cole Martin. He's going to juke out his way and shifting gears to the 40. He looked like a young Max Knipe right there, out to the 41. Cole Martin, the younger brother of Dawson Martin, goes, and good solid return there to set the Bobcats up with solid field position for their second offensive drive of the game. The fifth-ranked scoring offense in the country now steps, or in the state steps out on the field.
Whoa, I haven't heard that.
They're pretty good, not that good.
Cole Martin getting a lot of reps on defense so far tonight, and a good kickoff return by him as well.
In the shotgun, it's Clark. Grubb accompanies him on the right hip. Takes the snap. Looks right immediately. Pressure off the edge. Lobbing one team. Wide open Max Knipe at the 15. Catches it stride. Down to the 5. He is caught at the 2. They're going to mark him down at the 1. A gorgeous rainbow pass from Landon Clark to a wide open over sets him up with first and goal from the 1.
Wide open. I don't even know what happened there, but Max Knipe doing Max Knipe things right there. Big play by the Bobcats. I was wondering when we had more field to play with what it will look like, and we just saw it right there. Let's see our boys punch this thing in now.
Clark in the shotgun, takes snap, handoff, Grubb, takes it to the right, diving for the pylon. He scored! Touchdown! Radtown, 2 plays. Just a few seconds off the scoreboard, and the Bobcats take the lead right on back, 9-7, with 39 seconds to play in the first quarter. How about that? A 12-second drive to respond to a 7-minute and 50-second drive. Old school football versus the flashy air raid. Oh, man, a battle of ideologies that we're going to love all evening long.
Yeah, you go ahead and take 7 minutes off the clock. We'll just take 30 seconds off the clock to respond right back to you. 12 seconds. Went to Bible College in that math.
Clean snap, clean hold. Kick is away, and it is through by a mile. Lewis Webster extending the lead back to 3 with 39 seconds to go in this first quarter. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. This place is rocking and rolling, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this break on WRAD.
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At Moncado's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to Moncado's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious Moncado's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a Moncado's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. Moncado's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at moncado's.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
You're listening to Radford Bobcats football on the WRAD Talk Network. Here once again are Radford High School alums Nick Brown and Timothy Whirls.
39 seconds on the scoreboard here in the first quarter. 10-7 is our score. Radford leading Appomattox. Taking a look at my drive sheet at the moment. Both teams started their first offensive possession with a 4-play drive. Radford led 3-0 after those 2 opening drives. And then Appomattox responded with a 13-play drive that took 7 minutes and 50 seconds off the scoreboard. Radford responds with a 2-play, 12-second drive that lasted 59 yards. And it all got set up by a Max Knipe 58-yard reception down the middle of the field, and J.D. Grubb capped it off.
Do we onside kick here, Nick?
Well, I'll tell you what, Lucci Puglisi isn't out there to kick the ball deep. Instead, right now for the Bobcats, it is number 44, Elijah Goff, and he just swings the leg through end over end. It's going to be caught at the 11 there by Nitty. He's going to take it up the middle of the field, runs into a wall, spun around, and twisted at the 28-yard line. A lot of extra pushing and shoving, but good sportsmanship after the play as Corian Ferguson and PJ Reel recognize that game is game and just tap each other on the helmets. Well, it's a gritty game, folks. We've got a ball game on our hands. This feels like a classic, Mr. Whirls.
Yeah. What we're facing, though, most of those plays, I mean, the Raiders have 7 offensive linemen on the ball, and we've got 3 defensive linemen walking, 1, maybe 2 linebackers up each time. We're going to have to find a way to fill all those gaps.
Bobcats show a 5-man front, handoff up the middle, turn back at the line of scrimmage, a gain of only 1 right there. That was the speedy running back, Daniel Bradley, who was averaging over 5 yards per carry on the last drive. He only got 1 there, brings up 2nd and 9.
That time the Bobcats brought all 3 linebackers up to fill the gaps and nowhere to run right there for the running back.
And I think Appomattox is just going to let this one trickle away. With 6 seconds to go in this first quarter, Appomattox has not lined up yet, and they will not line up in time. Through 1 quarter of football, Radford 10, Appomattox 7. It's going to be a good one, folks. 3 more quarters of football on the other side of this 30-second break on WRAD.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
Now back to more Radford High School football on your home for the Bobcats, WRAD.
12 minutes on the scoreboard. Radford 10, Appomattox 7 through 1 quarter of the game. I'm Nick Brown, to my left, Timothy Whirls. Tonight's sponsors: Southern Furniture, Harvey's GM, Brad's Barbershop, Radford Drug, McAdoo's, Mullins Funeral Home, and Dr. Dennis Vaughn. Thank you to all of our sponsors who got us all throughout the regular season and are still helping us out here through the postseason. And we can bring you epic games of football, hopefully into the month of December. And right now, it's looking like today's going to be a nail-biter, but Radford leading 10-7 as we start the second quarter of play. Mr. Whirls, you like Starbucks, right?
I drink it every once in a
while.
while.
I'm an enjoyer. Did you know yesterday was National Red Cup Day?
Yeah, I did see that. Some free cups being given out for the Christmas season.
A handoff up the middle, and it's going to be a gain of 10. That was odd. Timothy, you want to explain that? What just happened?
Well, I guess it was a quarterback keeper right there, and all the linemen just got around him and led the way and just bullied their way to the first down mark. I mean, there's not much else to say. Big blob, quarterback had the ball, a lot of blockers, first down.
A gain of 11 out to the 40. I'll bring up my Starbucks point after this play. 1st and 10 from the 40. Under center, Conroy takes the snap, drops back to pass, pressured off the edge, curling out to the left. He's in some trouble, and he's caught and spun down at the 40. Max Knipe and Dawson Martin tag team each other for a tackle at the 40. They're still going to give him a gain of 1, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 9 from the 41. So my Starbucks point. Yesterday was National Rug Cup Day in honor of Christmas coming up and everything. And I thought to myself, man, if you're in high school and you're playing football, you're doing something right if you're playing a game after National Red Cup Day.
That's a good point. Yeah, you always want to be playing as a football team in high school football. You always want to be playing around the Thanksgiving holiday. If you're doing that, you're doing good things.
Conroy goes under center, split back behind him. 2 wideouts to his right, takes the snap, pitches it out to the left. Bobcats are right there. Kessel is upended by Bryant Weaver. What an incredible open field tackle there by number 2 for a gain of only 3. Brings up 3rd down and 6.
Bobcats were ready for that option play. Quarterback was covered. and the pitch man was covered as well. Great job by the Bobcat defense being ready for that one.
Here in the second quarter, it is 10:25 and rolling. 10-7, Radford leads Appomattox as the Raiders trot up to a 3rd down and 6. Converted 3 of their first 4 third downs faced today. This is their second longest that they've faced today. Under center, Conroy drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, flips over the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. Trying to catch it off the turf there was Nitty. He's going to argue his case, but to no avail. It's going to bring up 4th down and 6. That's the first incomplete pass on the 3rd passing attempt of the game for the Raiders. And the last time the punt team came out on the opening drive, they tried to fake it, and, well, it was a disaster.
Great stop by the Bobcat defense, applying pressure to Conroy right there. The pass was just a little bit short and forcing a punt.
Here we go. Conroy, the quarterback, back to punt at his own 32. Bobcats come charging. They don't get close to it, and solid punt by Conroy is going to land at 25. Take a real bad backspin for Appomattox. A great Bobcat bounce to the 29. Put a lot of backspin on that wedge shot there, and it will be 1st down and 10 for the Bobcats at the 34-yard line.
Scoring update, Nick. We got Gretna leading the Glenvar Highlanders 13-10.
Woo!
In the second quarter.
Gretna has been a wagon all season.
They have. It's like Gretna's back to the old Gretna the last few years.
Ball at the 35-yard line, 9:54 here in the second quarter. Dropping back, Clark rolls out to his right, flips out, wide open next side at the 50. He's got a lot of running room at the 40. Jukes out a man, stiff arming his way down to the 35, bounces off a would-be tackler, and he is out to the 33-yard line in Appomattox territory. How about that? All reliable, going for 30-plus yards once again.
Great job by Landon Clark, finding some space, keeping the eyes downfield. And once again, Max Knipe wide open.
A gain of 31, a quick slant pass out to the left for Sincere Taylor, who jitterbugs his way for a gain of 8. That last play resulted in a Brad's Barbershop 1st down. That play on 1st down is a gain of 7, and it brings up 2nd down and 3.
How in the world has Max Knipe been so wide open 2 times already here in the first half?
It's like, it's like Travis Kelce. Somehow he's always open. Trips to the right for Clark, 1 to the left at the top of the field. Dropping back, looking over the middle, steps up into his pocket, drills it over the middle. Sincere Taylor couldn't hang it on, and it brings up 3rd down and 3. That was an absolute laser of a throw that Taylor tried to climb the ladder for.
Yes, almost put Sincere in a dangerous position there because he took a pretty good lick as he was coming back down after that one. But nonetheless, 3rd and short due to a good screenplay on 1st down.
Here we go. 3rd down and 3, 9:03 here in the second quarter. Radford 10, Appomattox 7. Clark almost got a guy to jump there at the D line. He's still down in his 3-point stance. Clark looks back to his sideline, now drops back, takes a snap, steps up, ton of running room. 1st down, and jukes out his way down to the 20, takes a shot to the head, and they're going to officially mark him at the 21.
Yeah, well, that was a shot to the head.
Begging for one right there is Landon Clark took a big-time shot to the back of the head after the play.
You're going to call the one that you called on us earlier. You got to call that one on Landon Clark. He was already almost to the ground, and they came in and laid the lick on him.
1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line after the run up the middle.
A lot of concussions the Bobcats have suffered against Appomattox over the last 3 years.
That's certainly the truth. 4 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left for Clark as he drops back to pass. All day to make a sandwich. Rolls out, fires wide open. Sincere Taylor at the 7, but he couldn't hook up with them too high. It would have been a tough throw right there as he had to throw it over a couple of defenders. But, man, Sincere Taylor was open at the 6.
He was wide open, just sitting there looking at Landon right there, and that ball just sailed right over his head. A good opportunity missed by the Bobcats.
4 wide receivers in the formation. Trips to the right for Clark. J.D. Grubb's the running back on the right hip. Grubb with only 2 rushing attempts today. One was a touchdown. It was a 1-yard touchdown run on the last offensive possession. Here's his 3rd carry as he bounces it outside, gives a stiff arm, and he is run over at the line of scrimmage, going nowhere as Grubb brings up 3rd down and 10.
The Bobcats are, I'm telling you, Nick, the Bobcats are just going to have to drop back every play to open the field up and either let Landon scramble or Landon throw dimes to the receivers downfield.
Do you try to keep them honest on the ground, though?
I mean, you have to, logically, but right now our running game just hasn't been there all season.
7:54 and rolling in the second quarter. Clark drops back to pass. Rolls up, steps up, guns it, wide open. Max Knipe, touchdown, Radtown. He was wide open in the end zone, wide open in the middle of the field. And the Bobcats extend their lead to 2 scores, 16-7. How does he do it, folks? Max Knipe always finding the middle of that defense.
Landon Clark, once again, good pocket presence. He stepped up into the pocket this time and just flicked it out down the field, and Max Knipe right there in the end zone. Caught it with his fingertips over his head for another Bobcat touchdown.
Radford rolls out the muddle formation, now shifts gear, and they're going to kick the extra point. So Lewis Webster, to attempt the extra point, drilled his field goal. That was a 26-yard field goal in the opening possession, and drilled his first extra point attempt. This kick is up, and it is blocked. Erased at the 10 by the big old mittens there of Tyshawn Napier as he just shot the gap and got his 2 big hands on it. Score still remains a 2-score game for the Radford Bobcats. It is 16-7 after the touchdown pass over the middle from Landon Clark to Max Knipe. We'll step aside 30 seconds. Bobcats with a 2-score lead here in the New River City on WRAD.
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats. Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats.
On the air and online. Now back to more Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network.
Well, Max Knipe already has 110 receiving yards here through a quarter and a half of football. With 7:48 to play here in the second quarter, Radford leading Appomattox 16-7 after a touchdown pass over the middle from Landon Clark to Max Knipe. Extended this lead. That capped off a 7-play, 65-yard touchdown drive that took up 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Lucci Puglisi tees the ball up at the 40, rolls out and pooches this one to the 40 where it is caught at the 35. And the big fella who received the football is planted at the 39. Caden Kessler just kind of caught the football and dropped to the ground.
Great possession once again for the Bobcats. Took a little longer than obviously the 2-play touchdown drive they had at the end of the first quarter last quarter. But great possession again by the Bobcats. Great passing by Landon Clark. I've talked about it all season. Great pocket presence. This time, instead of scrambling to the outside, he steps up into the pocket, flicks it down the middle of the field, and finds number 18, Max Knipe, in the end zone. Let's see if this defense can get our big stop like they did last time.
Radford held the Appomattox offense to only 6 plays on the previous drive. In the gun is now Conroy. Veer option, takes it up the middle, and he is slung down rudely by Ricky Bailey at the 40-yard line. Big old 77 has been effective in the middle of the field this season. 18 tackles for losses with 6 sacks. That's going to be a gain of about half a yard. So that's not going to go down as a TFL, but man, has he been so effective, especially as of late for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Ricky playing really well. We saw his quickness there. He shut off the block and was able to wrap up the quarterback pretty quickly.
Second down and 10 at the 40-yard line. Bobcats with 6 guys up on the line of scrimmage. Kelso tripped up at the line. The wrestling strength of the Cyclone drops him at the line of scrimmage. He only got 1 yard. Charlie Davis having another great game today against the Raiders. Third down and 9.
Bobcat defense starting to heat up now. They're starting to figure out and get a feel for this Veer offense, and so far so good. Third and long now for Appomattox.
Conroy now is going to be in the gun. He's got 2 receivers tightly on the right side of the offensive line and 2 on the left. Motions a man from right to left, hands him off on a jet sweep. Bobcats there to stuff him, and he is destroyed at the 44. Who was that who laid the wood? It's Brandon Thompson who got there and absolutely destroyed the ball carrier. 6 yards short of the line to gain. Brings up 4th and 6.
Yeah, Brandon laid down the hit like he isn't ready for a season to end tonight as a senior. He laid the boom right there, had the whole stadium oohing and awing after that hit, and the Appomattox punt team out once again. They tried to fake earlier. Let's see if they punt it away this time.
4th down and 6. The ball is at the 44-yard line on Appo's side of the field. Clean snap. The punt is away. It's a skyrocket that's going to land at the 20 and just hop straight in the air and stop at the 20. Well, with 5:47 to go in the second quarter, we'll stay right here. Mr. Timothy Wells, Radford scored 50-plus points in 4 of the last 5 games. I don't think they're going to do that today, but, boy, does this offense look good.
Yeah, this offense is looking good so far, especially that last possession. Well, the last 2 possessions ago, it took 2 plays to get to the end zone. The last possession was more a methodical drive right there, but a good drive, and the Bobcats out there again to put a few more points on the board before halftime.
Ball officially placed at the 19 at the far hash. A handoff to J.D. Grubb, who wiggles his way through the hole and squirts out to the 26-yard line. A gain of 7 there to bring up 2nd down and 3.
There's your keep them honest run right there, Nick, and that was exactly what I did. A good running play by J.D. Grubb. We can get a few more of those on a regular basis. It's really going to open this offense up.
16-7 is our score. Radford on top with trips to the right for Clark. 1 receiver to the left. Grubb is the running back again on the left tip of Clark. 2nd and 3 from the 26-yard line. Bobcats have to get to the 21-9. Shotgun snap, handoff up the middle. Grubb, he's got it. 1st down and 2 more yards as well. A 5-yard carry to bring it out to the 32-yard line. A gain of 6, actually, and that's a Brad's Barbershop 1st down. Tough running there by Grubb after the gain of 6. There's a gain of 7 and a gain of 6 on 2 handoffs up the gut for Grubb. 4 wide out split at the line. Dropping back Clark. Feels the pressure. Rolls one out. Catch is made by Max Knipe. He had to go low for it, and he only got about 6. But still a nice catch there by O'Reliable, adding up to his very impressive stat line here in the first half. Now 116 receiving yards here in the first half.
What an impressive catch. Max Knipe on the drag route across the field. Ball was a little low at his knees. Was able to catch it even with the guy on his back. Mr. Reliable at his best.
4:30 and rolling in the second quarter. 16-7 is our score. Radford with the lead and the football. On the wheel route, it goes incomplete as Clark threw it in the dirt at J.D. Grubb's feet. 3rd down and now 4 is going to come up. The Bobcats, in the last 2 games that Radford has played, 7 of 12 on 3rd downs. That's good for 58%. On the season, 38% entering tonight. 3rd down and 4. Grubb on the left tip, trips to the right for Clark. 1 to his left. Luke Woodard's on an island to the left in the black and gold. At the far hash, 3rd and 4. Shotgun snap. Here comes the delayed blitz. Clark still has plenty of time. Looking over the middle, launching one. Wide open Max Knipe, and he catches it at the 40. Oh, my goodness. How does he keep getting away with this? Max Knipe down. There is a flag on the play. Back at the line of scrimmage. Actually, it's going to be in the backfield, and this one might come back. Folks, that ball got all the way down to the 40-yard line. After the play, we got personal foul. Roughing the passer on Appomattox, and that's going to tack on more yards. So Max Knipe received the football at the 40-yard line in Appomattox territory and tack on a few more yards for the personal foul.
This is a big offensive possession here. Bobcats get in the end zone again. You can almost guarantee the momentum is totally on their side. Seemed like momentum was kind of going to the Raiders after that long 13-play drive. Then the Bobcats came out 2 plays later, touchdown, got the defensive stop, touchdown again. Another defensive stop, touchdown here would be key before the halftime break.
So the pass play of 28 yards gets 15 yards added onto it, and it is now 1st and 10 at the 25. Shotgun snap and a quick dart route out to the left for Sincere Taylor, who jukes his way out of bounds on a late hit. Out of bounds. That was a very late hit, as Sincere Taylor was like 3 yards out of bounds where he got popped, and that's going to tack on even more yards. The Raiders just shooting themselves in the foot with these 15-yarders. Totally uncharacteristic of an Appomattox Doug Smith-led football team.
Just unnecessary. If you're a Raider coach, you're very disappointed, especially in that one. Sincere was kind of trotting and almost about to turn around and get back on the field, and then you lay a hit right there. And so the Bobcats are going to take advantage of these free yardage.
1st and goal now from the 9. after back-to-back personal foul penalties and a couple of chunk plays. Trips to the right for Clark. Grubb is the back. Shotgun snap. Hand off to Grubb. He weasels his way to the 5. Diving into the end zone. Touchdown! Redtown! Radford extends their lead. 22-7 as J.D. Grubb just scored his second rushing touchdown of the game and his fourth of the playoffs.
I think JD might have a headphone in his ear and disappointed what I've been saying about the running game, because that last possession was set up by JD Grubb, having some great runs right there. If we can get that boy to run like that consistently, there's not going to be an answer to this offense.
And he's only a freshman. Clean snap, clean hold, kick is away, and this one is really good. That ball's going to land at the track. It is 23-7, folks. 23-7 with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Folks, the Bobcats look really, really darn good. We'll keep it right here. I'm Nick Brown. He's Timothy Worrells. Folks, that was a 6-play, 81-yard drive that took a whopping 1 minute and 50 seconds off the scoreboard.
55 yards of penalty for the Raiders right there. A lot of just boneheaded plays right there. But, hey, we're Bobcats over here. We love it. You know, we'll take advantage of it. And nonetheless, we don't need it either. The offense is playing so well, Landon throwing the ball so well. J.D. Grubb on that last series, running the ball really well. So what can the Raiders do to stop this offense? It's rolling, Nick. I wouldn't put 50 out of question just yet.
Yeah, how about that? In the opening drive for Appomattox offenses, they had a 4-and-out after the fake punt miscue. Then they had followed that up with a 13-play touchdown drive. After that, they had a 5-play drive that ended in a punt. In their last drive, a 3-and-out that ended in a punt. Lucci Puglisi tees the ball up for Radford. It's at the 40, straight on up. 23-7 is our score with 3:57 to play in the second quarter. Puglisi rolls up. Onside kick attempt. Bobcats are there. Ball squirted out, though. And it's going to be all the way out the 40. Whoa. That ball was a grease pig, and the ball will be placed at the 38 for Appomattox. I thought Sam Hannabarani for sure had that football in his hands, but he got crushed, and the ball's just scooted right out on his hands.
He did have it in his hands. Like you said, it just slipped right out, and Raiders get away with a really lucky one because the Bobcats snuck that onside kick. It was perfectly kicked right into the hands of the Bobcats, but unfortunately the ball's a little slick, popped back out, and the Raiders are on offense.
And they're going to – where are they moving the ball up to? They're going to move the ball up to the 48-yard line. Well, that is where Sam Hannabarani touched the football. And here we go. 1st and 10, middle of the hashes. Conroy's going to go under center. 3:51 to go in the second quarter. 23-7, Radford on top. Bobcats show 6-man front, handoff up the middle. It's going to be a carry of 4 right up the gut. Give them 5. And, well, that kind of looked like shades of that second offensive drive that went 13 plays for 6.
For those at home, it's just so hard to explain how well the Raiders run the ball. And what I mean by that is that first hit comes by the Bobcats only a yard or 2 downfield, but they spin out of it and they fall forward every time to pick up those extra yards.
2nd down and 5. The ball is placed at the Radford 47. First time Appomattox has been in Radford territory since the first quarter. Handoff again up the middle. This one's gummed up at the line of scrimmage. Still a gain of 2 as they fall forward. 2nd down and 3.
Well disciplined, and you can tell by the way they keep chopping their feet. 3rd and short, that's why they haven't thrown or had to have thrown many times on 3rd downs because they faced a lot of 3rd and short situations, I'm sure.
3rd and 3, ball at the 45. Appomattox has to get to the 42-yard line. 0 for 3 on their last, 0 for 2 on their last 2 3rd down attempts. They're going to pitch this one way out wide to the right for Kelso, and the big fella churns out a good gain out to the 36-yard line. Yeah, that'll move the chains for a big-time first down for the Raiders and deeper into Radford territory.
That time the Bobcats weren't ready for the option. They got to the quarterback quickly, but no one was there to cover the pitch man, and he had wide open spaces right there to pick up the first down.
A gain of 9 on what was 3rd down and 3. It was 2:38 and rolling in the second quarter. Radford still leading 23-7 over Appomattox, a team that has ended the Bobcats season the last 3 years in a row. Shotgun snap, a quick pass right over the middle, and that's Nitty for a gain of 7. A nifty play by Nitty right there to find the seam in the middle of the field.
Nifty Nitty.
Nifty Nitty, I'll take that. If I was a radio broadcaster, that's out to the middle of the hashes, 2nd down and 3. How about this? Conroy, 3 for 4 passing the football today. Not too shabby. They only throw the ball 18% of the time, and Conroy stands in the gun, takes a snap, fakes a pitch, runs into a black hole. He made the wrong choice right there as he takes a shot from Daniel Neely in the middle of the field. Timeout, Coach Smith, the first timeout called by either squad today. We'll take one as well with 1:43 to play in this first half of football. 1 minute break. On the other side, it'll be a 3rd down and 4 here on WRAD.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
You're listening to Radford High School football on WRAD Radford, WRAD FM Radford, your home for Bobcat football. 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, the WRAD Talk Network.
An incomplete pass on 3rd down. It should have been a pick 6 by Luke Woodard, but he jumped the route too early and was ahead of the football. Brings up 4th down and 4 on the little out route there. Conroy's pass just a little too far out front of his receiver, Nitty. Another timeout called by Coach Smith, and the Raiders will stay right here. He won't send you back too quick with 1:40 to play in the 2nd quarter. I'm Nick Brown to my left, Timothy Wells. That was weird.
I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking up our scores. Gate City, Graham, 7-7 at the halftime break.
At halftime?
Yeah. Gretna leading Glenver 28-24.
Not even halftime yet in that football game, and that's a shootout. That's a fun football game to be at right there. Here, Radford leads 23-7 with 1:40 to go in the 2nd quarter. Radford, for the first time in 4 years, favored to win this football game. Well, favored in high school sense, picked to win this game over Appomattox. This is a big 4th down and 4 right here. The ball is placed at the 30. Appomattox with it in Radford territory. They have to get to the Bobcat 26-yard line. Radford all up on the line. They fake the jet sweep. Lobby one wide open over the middle. Caught by Nitty at the 5 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Raiders. What a play action play over the middle. And just a looping ball over the middle. Looked like a bloop shot in baseball. Just falls right in the hands perfectly of Nitty at the 5, and he waltzes into the end zone. And, well, this lead is trimmed now to 23-13.
Shot to the gut. The whole stadium, just all the air was let out. A lot of people, it was loud in here, all 4th down, and then that pass goes into the end zone, and it's quiet now. Great job by Coach Smith taking the timeout, drawing up a play for some much-needed points for the Raiders before the halftime break.
Raiders to attempt the extra point. Clean snap, clean hold. The kick is away. It's a bomb, and it is through. Marcolosi sticks one through, and it is 23-14, a 9-point game right there with 1:35 to play in the 2nd quarter. And, that caps off a 6-play, 52-yard drive right there. And get this, they ended that drive on 3 straight pass plays.
Yeah, I was about to say, ironically, the Bobcats allow a touchdown pass right there. We've been talking about how much the 80% of the tendency of Appomattox this season is on the ground. But then tonight, hey, Conroy's been passing the ball pretty daggone well against us so far.
That is the truth right there. That's their quickest touchdown or scoring drive of the game. Only their second, though. With 1:35 to play, that drive took a nice 2 minutes and 26 seconds, 16 seconds, 2 minutes and 16 seconds off the board. Went for 52 yards, and it was a total of 6 plays. Radford 23, Appomattox 14. You knew the Bobcats weren't going to dominate Appomattox all game long. You knew the Raiders were going to score points. You knew they weren't going to be done at 7. Doug Smith is too darn good of a coach and has too darn good of players across that field. 1:35 to go in the second quarter. Raiders lined up in an onside kick formation. Kick is away, and it is going to be caught, landed at the 15, roll out to the 5, where it is picked up by J.D. Grubb. He's at his own 5, and he's chopped down at his own 5. Not a good special teams play right there for the Bobcats, and the Raiders are juiced.
Yeah, terrible right there. There's no other words right there. Our receivers are going to have to get under the ball and catch it instead of letting it bounce on the 15 all the way back to the 5. And then the coverage, just letting all the guys come through. And Bobcats with terrible field position here. We need a strike for another time before halftime. We got a minute and a half. I think we can do it. We've seen it already tonight in 2 plays, but just not a way to set up the offensive possession here.
Trips to the right for Clark, 1 to the left. Grubb is his running back on his left hip. Shotgun snap, dances back to his own end zone. Rolls out to his right, pressured. He's going to have to get rid of it. He does. He just chucks this one to the sideline. Incomplete. The Bobcats, I'll tell you what, got away with a hold in the end zone, which would have been a safety.
Yeah. Landon needs to understand where he's at on the field as well, scrambling, and he was pretty close to the back of the end zone as well, scrambling backwards as he threw it out of bounds. And need to do maybe some shorter routes here just to give us some room.
1:25 to go in the second quarter, 23-14, Radford on top. They led at 1 point, 23-7. Shotgun snap for Clark, spins the ball in his hands, dances up, wide open hole, gaping hole, dances around at the 5, puts on a burst of speed at the 10, jukes his way out of bounds, and directs his traffic to the 18-yard line. And that is enough for a Brad's Barbershop first down. There's a nice scramble by Clark to move the chains and get out of danger territory.
Yeah, good job by Landon. Again, it's forcing Appomattox to put their focus either on all the receivers or bring up on Landon and let a receiver loose right there. Landon did a good job getting a first down.
From the near hash, trips to the left. Clark rolls out, looks to step up and run again, rolls out to the left, juking his way, spins his way back, dancing away at the 20, 25, makes another move at the 30 and is out of bounds at the 32-yard line. That's a D1 athlete if I have ever seen one myself. And another Brad's Barbershop first down, and more importantly, got out of bounds with 1:05 to go.
That might have been one of the most impressive runs I've seen Landon do, and that's a pretty bold statement of all the plays that he's made right there. 3 times I thought he was going to be wrapped up. He went right, left, spun back to the right, got out of bounds.
Takes the snap, handoff up the middle for J.D. Grubb, and he stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain right there. Kind of an odd play call right there, Mr. Wells.
Well, like you mentioned it earlier, keep him on his play call, but I also think to give Landon a break as well. I think he's pretty exhausted.
Timeout, Bobcats. 2nd down and 10 with 58 seconds to play in the second quarter. Tonight's sponsors, Southern Furniture, Harvey's GM, Brad's Barbershop, Radford Drug, McAdoo's, Mullins Funeral Home, and Dr. Dennis Vaughn. Thank you to all of our sponsors, and thank you, listeners, for giving us a platform and a fan base all season long. Not for us, for the players on the field and the coaching staff as well. We just like to tell stories and talk about them a lot more than a normal person would. Well, Mr. Wells, Radford leads 23-14 with 58 seconds to go. What have you seen that you've liked and disliked from the Bobcats?
Not much dislike. I mean, the Appomattox is going to be a good football team, and it's the first challenge we've had all season. So I think the Bobcats are playing well. And one thing that I'm anxious to find out is a lot of these guys are going to have to play 4 quarters tonight. They're used to playing 2 quarters, maybe even 3 quarters, but 4 quarters is going to be on the menu tonight. And Appomattox is hanging around. I really want to see us march down and get a little bit more wiggle room in the lead. Because we get the ball first in the second half because Appomattox chose to take it.
Second down and 10, 58 seconds on the scoreboard here in the second quarter. Bobcats up 9. Taking the snap. It's a low snap. Still corralled by Clark. Looks deep over the middle. Flushed out to his right. Looks over the middle. He's got an open man. Sits there. Taylor catching it in stride and is chopped down at the 42-yard line, signaling a big first down himself. They're going to place the football at the 41. A nice pass play over the middle.
Fantastic play right there by Sincere Taylor. Had to go up and get it just a little bit. Came down before the hit came. Bobcats rolling.
Hurry up offense. Trips to left for Clark, who takes the snap. Looks left immediately for the screen pass. Still dancing up. Looks left again. Rolls out to the right. Pump fakes and just converged upon at the 39-yard line. Hopefully Clark's okay right there. Yep, he pops up. Timeout. Coach Christ, and he's a little disappointed in the late hit there on his quarterback as well. No flags came out. 33 seconds after the run of 2, and Clark took a hit there, but he didn't need it because he had a wide open Sincere Taylor in the flats on a screen pass to the left.
Yeah, Sincere's been pretty open throughout the night. He's been targeted a handful of times already here in the first half, and Bobcats now down to one single timeout left. 33 seconds remaining, ball in the 39. I mean, we're in striking distance here, exactly where Coach Chris and the staff wants us to be at, and be interesting what we chalk up here at the halftime. Landon right now on a knee. He's exhausted from this series.
Done a lot of running. He's going to love that 23-minute halftime. Gives us a lot of time to talk, and more importantly, gives them a lot of time to rest up. 4 wide out split for quarterback number 7, who motions J.D. Grubb to his left hip. Second down and 8. 33 seconds on the scoreboard. 1 timeout left for Radford as Clark drops back. QB1 steps up in the pocket, flips it underneath for Sincere Taylor. He is caught by the shirt and thrown out of bounds. Bobcats wanting a flag there, and they're going to timeout Radford. Bobcats forced to take their final timeout. They're going to say he didn't get out of bounds, and that, I don't know. He was kind of slung out of bounds.
Yeah, it was close.
Well,
when the whistle blew, I think he was still in bounds.
Let's see. What is no timeout taken by Radford? And, well, refs converge. 22 seconds on the scoreboard.
Free timeout here.
This is a free timeout. Everybody getting some breaks right now. I'll tell you what, Landon is not the only tired guy out there. Everybody on the Appomattox defense right now with hands on their hips. This has been a physical game and a very high, intense game. It'll take a lot out of you. Refs still talking. With 22 seconds to go. So on the previous play, Sincere Taylor was tossed out of bounds. Mr. Whirl said the play was blown dead before he was thrown out of bounds. Radford called a timeout, so they signaled that. Coach Chris getting an explanation now. Both the teams on the field ready to go. Coach Chris still confused.
Now they're going to say we did call a timeout.
And Coach Chris really wanted an explanation right now. He's upset because, yes, they're going to say that Radford took a timeout. Chris still arguing that he was slung out of bounds.
I can't tell if they're arguing about the out of bounds or if they're arguing that they didn't call timeout.
Either way, both teams go to a huddle. Radford started this drive at their own 5. The ball is now at the 32-yard line. It is 3rd down and 1. And 22 seconds to go. Radford can get into field goal range. We saw Lewis Webster put one through, and he had some leg room on that one as well.
Did.
But, of course, we know how high-powered this offense is. We know that cannon that Clark is
3rd and 1
has on his right shoulder blade. 3rd and 1, trips to the left for Clark. J.D. Grubbs the back. Shotgun snap for Clark. 3-man rush. Clark rolls up. Wide open man. Sincere Taylor at the 10. Jukes out at the 5. Diving his way to the point guy with goal line. No. Stop at the 1. Bobcats have to hurry up. 11 seconds on the scoreboard. Clark asks for a spike. And they got to go. Clark is going to roll here now. 11 seconds. Clark takes the snap. High snap and a flag on the play. Wow. Helter skelter. 7 seconds on the scoreboard. Mayhem. Sincere Taylor taking it all the way down to the 1. And offsides is going to be on Appomattox. Holy cow. Radford's going to say that they're motioning the offense. And now the clock is stopped. This is crazy.
Official doesn't know what he's doing.
6 seconds. Clark under center. Takes the snap. Dives over the end zone. Is he in?
Touchdown. Had to have. On the half-yard line, he leaned forward. He's in.
Yes! Touchdown! Red down on the last play of the half. 29-14. The most drama you'll ever see on a 1-yard run. Clark up the middle. Wow.
Landon Clark on the quarterback sneak gets up with the ball in his hand, goes behind the official. The official staring at the goal line. 5-second pause, and then the touchdown. What was that? Nonetheless, it was a touchdown is what it was.
Clean snap, clean hold. Kick is away, and the kick is good. A 95-yard drive with no time left. 131 off the scoreboard for that drive, and it ends in 7 points. Radford 30, Appomattox 14 as we hit the halftime break. So much to think about, so much to corral. We got to get our emotions in check as the rain starts to come down at the midway point of this football game. We'll step aside, collect our thoughts, collect our stats, and when we come back, we will have you the halftime report, which Radford leads 30-14 with 20 minutes on the scoreboard for the halftime break on WRAD.
Hey guys, this is Ali Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats. Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
This is Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM. Now it's time for the halftime report. With first half stats and game analysis, here are Nick Brown and Timothy Worrells.
Well, mayhem ensued in the final drive of the half. Radford 30, Appomattox 14. Not much to say except that was bonkers, Mr. Timothy Worrells.
What just happened? The only thing I knew that happened was Radford marched 95 yards down the field and got 7 more points on the board before halftime that I think is much needed because we get the ball first in the second half.
1 minute and 31 seconds is all they needed to march 95 yards. Clark got it done on the ground, through the air, and he punched it in with the brotherly shove right up the middle for 1 yard and 7 points. Well, Mr. Wells, Radford ended on a touchdown drive. The lead is 30-14. You want to go through some scores?
Yeah, let's talk about how we got to the score of 30-14. It started with a Radford field goal, which we haven't called very much this year, but the Bobcats got on the board first in the early first quarter, went up 3-0, but then Appomattox went on a 13-play drive, marched it down the field for over 7 minutes to take the lead 7-3. But then as the Bobcats, just 12 seconds later, 1 play through the air, 1 play on the ground by J.D. Grubb, brought it to 10-7 at the end of the first quarter. Radford extended their lead from a touchdown pass 20 yards out from Max Knipe and made the lead 16-7. Then it was Radford once again. It was another run, this time 9 yards out from J.D. Grubb for his second one of the evening. Bobcats up 23-7. Then Appomattox found their way back into the end zone with 1:36 remaining in the first quarter, brought it within 23-14. And then the Bobcats, with just over a minute, had to go 95 yards, and they did exactly that. Had a quarterback sneak on the last second to bring the lead 30-14 at the halftime break. Nick, unlike most of the games that we've had this season, the Bobcats are winning a really good football game here in the first half.
Against a really good football team, I might add.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy like Coach Smith, you got a program like Appomattox has had, and to be winning this kind of game is critical and big for the Bobcats. A lot of people are saying, we haven't really had anyone like Appomattox on the schedule this season, but the Bobcats have done pretty well so far.
Now, Radford does have to play, will most likely have to play their starters all throughout the entirety of the game. How much will that be impacted?
Well, they haven't been able to this season because they're up so big. So 4-quarter game, I mean, we're going to have some exhausted guys. But as you mentioned, Nick, Appomattox is already exhausted. All 11 guys, when you brought that out, I couldn't help but laugh, had their hands on their hips during that slight dead ball conversation the officials were having. And so both teams are playing hard. It's an aggressive game. It's a football game. I'm talking a good football game. Both coaches have great strategies going at it. All these players at the end of the night are going to be exhausted. And I just hate, once again, how this happens. I don't know. I guess no one can control it. But the two best teams in the region, in my opinion, playing each other here in the second round.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. I'd like to go out on a limb and say that the winner of this game would win the region. But I don't know, because Gretna beat this Appomattox team a lot to a little earlier in the season. So, you can't really even say that. But Gretna's struggling with Glenber, who Radford demolished. And Gretna only a 1-point victory over Floyd a week ago. So a lot of craziness going on right there. But right now, Radford taking care of business through 2 quarters of play. And it's the second quarter again that Radford, really took over again. The second quarter has really been theirs. They have dominated, hung up a lot of points left and right, and they just get comfortable and then they pick you apart.
Well, it's reminded me of the Allegheny game a little bit this evening, where Allegheny kind of hung around in the first half, especially in the third quarter, and then the Bobcats finally just kind of elevated and took off to the finish line. But Landon Clark tonight, Nick, 9 for 13, 211 yards and 1 touchdown pass. That touchdown pass was to Max Knipe, which, by the way, Max has 5 catches for 138 yards and a touchdown tonight. Great start by the dynamic duo.
Max Knipe adding on to the record that he holds for most receiving yards in a season. By the way, J.D. Grubb picked up his third and fourth rushing touchdown of the playoffs, and Landon Clark picked up his 53rd and 54th total touchdown of the season, eclipsing his 52 total touchdowns from a season ago. And, well, he's done that in the exact amount of games that he did this year ago.
Pretty remarkable to think about. Over 100 touchdowns by that boy in 2 years. Mm-hmm. 50 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons is just unheard of, especially in 2A football. And we're enjoying them. And so far with this lead, I think we'll be able to enjoy them, hopefully, for a lot more weeks to come. But Coach Smith is in that locker room. I tell you, like, it almost makes you wonder if Coach Smith is regretting winning the coin toss and taking the ball and giving the ball back to the Bobcats in the second half, because 95 yards and a touchdown with no time left, that was a punch to the gut to the Raiders, because now they're saying we got to kick it off. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Appomattox might slip in an onside here to get us a little off balanced.
Yeah, I could definitely see that as well. You talk about that high-flying offense that Radford has just been so good with this season, just boat racing teams left and right, hanging 50-plus points all over the place. And, well, this is an odd stat, and it's tonight's trivia question as well. Radford has scored 50-plus points 5 times this season. This is only the second time ever that Radford has done this. When was the last year that Radford has scored 50-plus points 5 times in a single season? My hint is that it's a lot more recent than you think it is. A whole lot more recent than you think it is. Not last year. And not last year. It is not under Coach Chris. I'll give you another. Okay. Not under Coach Chris. We'll step aside for 2 minutes, and when we come back, I'll have the answer to my trivia question. We'll have the keys to success for the second half, and we'll have a scoreboard update across the state of Virginia as well. We'll see you on the other side of this 2-minute break on WRAD.
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At Moncado's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to Moncado's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious Moncado's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a Moncado's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. Moncado's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at moncado's.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats! Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats!
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Now back to the stadium for more of the halftime report on the WRAD Talk Network.
Welcome back to Bobcat Stadium, Norman G. Linderberg Field, where Radford leads Appomattox 30-14. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Whirls. Thank you for tuning in all evening and all season long. We've been so blessed to have you guys join us throughout the year. And to continue it throughout the playoffs, Radford has 2 quarters of football, but they lead 30-14. But they got 2 quarters to extend this lead and win this football game to move on to the winner of Gretna and Glenver. And Mr. Timothy Whirls, I'm going to ask you straight up, what does Radford need to do to continue this lead and to win this football game?
Well, they've been given a gift to start the second half. They get the ball coming out of the halftime break. So get this ball, take it down the field, score a touchdown. We score a touchdown, get a defensive stop. And basketball, in the basketball world, we'd say the first 4 minutes of the third quarter wins or loses the game for you. And so you translate it into football, let's just say the first two series of the second half will win or lose the ball game tonight. Bobcats come out, they go down the field, they score a touchdown, they get a defensive stop. Very well, the Bobcats could really finish this game off strong with the victory tonight over the Appomattox Raiders.
Let's take a look across the state of Virginia at the very moment. We've got a couple of score updates throughout the 2A landscape at the very moment. Of course, Glenver and Gretna, the winner of that game, will take on the winner of this game between Radford and Appomattox. Glenver at the half leading Gretna 31-28. Down at Region D at the very moment, well, it is Graham and Gate City. They're knotted up at 7 apiece at the half. Union and Tazewell, I've searched. I can't find a score update on that one, and that's because tomorrow they play at 2 o'clock on Saturday. So how about that? Anyways, that was embarrassing. I'm glad I just saw that. Anyway, at 2 o'clock tomorrow, Union and Tazewell will face off. Union electing to go the Saturday route throughout the playoffs so far this season. Across the way on the eastern part of the state, the second best part of the state, the Southwest is the best part of the state, of course. But anyways, on the other side of Richmond at the very moment, Southampton trailing Amelia County over there at Region A. That's the 3 seed Amelia County leading the 7th seed Southampton 6-0. No score update on Poquoson and King William at the very second. Down over in Region B, the undefeated Central Woodstock Eagles trailing Strasburg, the 4th seed, 7-0 at the half. Central Woodstock, I don't want to say that they were a phony undefeated team, and they weren't blowing teams out. They weren't winning big. They still won comfortably, but nothing like Radford. And so 7-0, they trailed the half. And then, of course, down on the other side of the bracket, the 2-seeded brand new 2A Riverheads leading Clark County, the 6th seed, 20-7 at the half. Riverheads looking just as dominant as usual. They won their first round 69-14, and they were up 20-7 at halftime right now.
I tell you, things are starting to shape up right now into this bracket here, and of course, we're worried about the Region C. We're worried about tonight getting through Appomattox, and then our eyes will go to the winner of that shootout over there in Salem, Virginia, Glenver, and Gretna. But you take your eyes over to Region D, and there's some power horses in that region, particularly Union. And then you look at that Graham and Gate City score. I mean, we got a game tonight we got 30 points on the board ourselves, and then you got Glenver and Gretna 31-28, a lot of points. You go to Region D, and there's only been 14 points total scored in that Graham and Gate City game in the first half, and so there's just some big boys down there and good football as well. And so, but nonetheless, I mean, Gretna had a 2-score lead on Glenver, and then Glenver just kind of shot through the roof there in the second quarter to go into halftime with their lead.
You want to take a look at some other classifications over across the state, local wise? You want to take a look at it?
Let's do it.
Cool. William Byrd leading Lloyd Botetourt. That's a kind of a surprising one. 21-7. How about them Terriers taking on Lord Botetourt over there in Roanoke at the very moment? William Byrd beat Pulaski County a week ago 45-21. And now taking on Lord Botetourt, who won 42-10 in their first round. Magna Vista beating up Christiansburg 14-7 at the very moment. Christiansburg, who defeated Abingdon in round 1, 26-3, trailing at the half. The winner of that Christiansburg-Magna Vista game will take on William Byrd or Lord Botetourt in the third round. Salem up big 21-0 at the half over Handley. I don't even know where John Handley is. Do you?
I have no clue.
All right, never heard of him. Anyways, Galax leading Grace County. There are some familiar names. Galax 7, Grayson County 0 there in Class 1A. I'll tell you what, Galax has really turned it on in the second half of the season, and that win from Radford, who absolutely dominated up front over Galax and those big boys earlier in the season, 56-19. Galax has turned it around, had a great second half of the year.
As they usually do. That's a Galax kind of football team right there, and yeah, they're getting things rolling here in the playoffs.
My dad said John Handley's in Winchester.
Did he know that, or is he really good at Google?
He's from all over the state of Virginia, so
I figured he knew it.
I'm sure he knew it. Of course. William Fleming. Oh, Dad knew that. Good for him.
Douglas fast texter.
Douglas Freeman leading William Fleming 10-0 at the break, and that's all I got from WSLS at the very moment.
Literally, he's either a fast texter or he got really offended by me just saying that.
Probably both. Well, tonight's trivia question. Let's go over it. Radford has scored 50-plus points 5 times this season. Entering tonight, this is only the second time ever that Radford has done this. When was the last time Radford has scored 50-plus points in a single season? Or 5 times in a single season?
When's the last time?
Yes.
I'll say 20, what was the year that we had a really good, 2018? 2017?
No. 2015.
Oh, you said really recent.
That is recent. That's 8 years.
It's almost a decade.
Oh, jeez, that's true. Wow.
You're getting old, Nick.
I don't like
Welcome
that.
to the club.
Stop that. Anyway, it's 2015. I was in 8th grade that year. That's why I think it was kind of recent, because I still think 8th grade was like 4 years ago, but jeez. We're old, man. Well, you're older. I'm getting there. 2015. Do you know who they beat by hanging 50 points on them?
In the playoffs?
No. Just it was all regular season that Radford scored 50-plus points.
They obviously beat Galax that bad.
No.
That's when Galax was really pretty stout. That's when they beat Eastmont.
Yes. They beat the Ponies.
They beat Chowhowie.
No. That's a good guess. No.
In our district?
One is
Giles.
No.
Floyd.
Yes. And then the other 3 are not in our district. We've played 2, one this year, one recently, and another one not so recently.
George Wythe.
George Wythe was the one this year, yes.
Patrick County.
No. Played him, I believe, 2 years ago is the last time we played him. They're having a good season.
Christiansburg?
No. Fort Chiswell.
Yeah, duh.
They take on George Wythe in round 2. Fort Chiswell, by the way, explosive offense this season.
It's cool.
Pioneers.
It's cool to see that program get into the playoffs this year and get their first playoff win in a long time last week.
Yeah.
Under a new coach, and so that's pretty. That was a cool story to read about. In the Fort Chiswell, brand new program, brand new energy around them Pioneers down the road.
All right, first down, Pioneers. And then the last one that Radford hung 50-plus points was Craig County. Well, the rain is starting to come down in droves, and out come the teams to stretch before the second half of football. We're going to step aside for our final break. Second half between Radford and Appomattox. On the other side of this 2-minute break, Bobcats leading the Raiders 30-14 through 2 frames. The final 2 frames on the other side on WRAD.
Hey guys, this is Ali Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At Moncado's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to Moncado's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious Moncado's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a Moncado's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. Moncado's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at moncado's.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
You're listening to Radford Bobcats football on the WRAD Talk Network. Here once again are Radford High School alums Nick Brown and Timothy Worrells.
Welcome back to Bobcat Stadium in Norman G. Lindenberg Field, where the rain is pouring. 30 to 14. It's still pouring. And the points are pouring for Radford as they lead Appomattox 30 to 14. I'm Nick Brown, to my left, Timothy Worrells. You know, Radford's up 16, still technically a two-score game, but it really feels like these two teams are kind of deadlocked right now.
Well, it's a good football game, and we've been wanting to see a good football game all season, and we're getting one tonight, and thankfully the Bobcats are winning. They got 30 points on the board. You mentioned, Nick, I'm not going to let you live it down if they get to 50, that we're not going to get to 50 tonight. Well, hey, we just hung 30 points in the first half still. We're on track. We could do it. We're due a pick six sometime.
Colton Gardner-Owens has got to come in at some point. Well, Radford 30, Appo 14. 12 minutes on the scoreboard to start this third quarter of football. Appomattox won the coin toss, but elected to receive the opening kick. So they did. It was a 4-and-out after a fake punt that went astray. And, Radford hasn't turned back since. Radford had a 3-0 lead. Appo had a 7-3 lead at one point. Radford has outscored Appomattox since then, 27-7. Radford will be working left to right on your radio dial here in the third quarter. I'm Nick Brown. He's Timothy Worrells. The Bobcats trot back out in their all-black uniforms, Appomattox, and their silver helmets, blue face masks, white jerseys, navy blue numbers, and navy blue pants. The Raiders, coached by head man himself, Doug Smith. He knows how to win football games, especially in the playoffs. He's got an 88% win percentage in the playoffs. If there is any coach that could engineer an offense for his team in the high school realm, it's Coach Doug Smith across the way. Ball's teed up. Let's play 2 more quarters of football. Mark Alos teeing the ball up. Throws his hand up, trots up, swings the leg through, a line drive, a roller that's going to be picked up by J.D. Grove off a hop at the 15. He throws on a burst of speed, finds a hole, and rumbles his way to the 31 as the rain comes down in sheets now. The Bobcats will have 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line at the far hash.
Whole lot better field position than we did that last time. Worked out for us, even though we started on our 5. The Bobcats were able to go 95 yards into the end zone before the halftime break. This time, Landon Clark going to take his crew out there on the 30-yard line and see if we can go 70 yards and extend this lead even further.
11:56 here in the third quarter. 30-14 to start this third quarter. Shotgun snap, a distribution of the rock to J.D. Grubb goes bad. It's a loss of 3. He was hopped upon from behind as soon as he got that football. Loss of 3, and fun fact, that's actually the first negative play of the game for Radford's offense.
Yeah, Radford's offense had just over 200 yards there in the first half. Appomattox held to 150.
Second down and 13, backed up to the 27. Shotgun snap with trips to the right. Clark rolls out patiently to the right. Flag in the backfield. It's going to be a holding as Clark dances out of bounds. This one's going to come back way far. Yeah, that ball, the flag was thrown at the 21. You'll throw the spot foul minus the 10 as well. You're going to assume that this one's going to be within the 14-yard line or 15-yard line. It's a bad holding right there. Not as bad. It's placed at the 18. Still second down and a long way to go. Second down and 22 with trips to the right for Clark. One wide receiver to the left. A loss of 3 on the first play of the drive and then a holding play on the second. Second and 22, shotgun snap for Clark. Looks over the middle, pressured up the middle, dances his way. He's got running room, dances out to the left, jukes out the referee and a couple of defenders and gets a gain of around 10 to bring up third down and 12.
It's been amazing how that the middle has opened wide open for Landon tonight. The pocket, it's just like a gate swings open when no one's down the field that Landon wants to throw to. He gets upfield and makes third down, still long, 12 yards to go for the first down, but a little bit more manageable after that holding call.
Third down and officially 13 after the 9-yard scamper by Clark. Trips to the left stacked up, flags on the play, and that's going to be a false start. So the third and 13 is now going to be a third and 18. And Radford going backwards on their opening drive here in the second half. Not exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, Landon wasn't too happy. He's got to be careful with his mannerisms right there. Held 2 arms up right at the official who called it. The Bobcats faced with a third long.
Third and 18. Ball is out to the 23-yard line. Radford has to get to the 40. So third and 17, 10:30 and rolling in the third. Clark dances back, patiently waits. Flushed out of the pocket, twirling around. Escapes out of the pocket somehow, takes off running. He's got a full head of steam. Blockers down the sideline at the 40. First down him out at the 50. Shoved out of bounds in Appomattox territory. A Houdini act. And he's got a Brad's Barbershop first down deep into Appomattox territory. He is unreal.
Let me take back a statement I made in the second quarter, Nick. That was one of the best running plays I've seen. He was held by the jersey and almost swung down to the ground. Ran into a teammate. Teammate pushed him forward. He got the first down.
A gain of 33. Hurry up offense. Hand off to J.D. Grubb, who submarines up the middle for only a gain of 1. Second down and 9. Dawson Martin, by the way, gets a pancake 10 yards downfield on that 1-yard carry up the middle.
J.D. Grubb, 7 carries for only 23 yards there in the first half, but 2 touchdowns to his name.
2 touchdowns. One was a 9-yard run up the gut. That looked incredible. 4 wide out split for Clark and company. Middle of the hashes at the 43. Second down and 9. Motioning a man from right to left is Max Knight, dropping back into the flats for Max. Incomplete, just overthrew him there. Too much gun. And it brings up third down and 9. Landon Clark wanted a late hit on the roughing the passer, didn't get one, and I got to agree with Landon right there. It was right in front of the official and took a licking right there from Tavian Kidd.
Nonetheless, Landon's just going to have to calm down. I mean, That's 2 times he's made a gesture over to the official, and the officials aren't going to put up with that very long tonight.
Trips to the right, 1 to the left for Clark is it's third down and 9. The Bobcats have been pretty darn incredible on third downs today so far. Grubb motion from right to left, back to the right. Now motion to the left. Clark hikes the hide, corrals it, pulls it out, read option. Plenty of running room to the left, not enough. And he's wiped out after a gain of 4. Brings up fourth down and 6.
Great read right there by Landon. Appomattox came with the pressure right there, and he pulled it out, got around the corner. But Appomattox did an even better job covering that run play. And now they're forcing a 4th down and 6. Appomattox already gave a deflating play, scrambled to Landon to pick up a first down already. Now they got a 4th down here.
4th and 6, under 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. Shotgun snap for Clark. Looks left immediately, now back over the middle field. Pressured underneath, throws the screen pass. Incomplete. Radford wanted the pass interference. Coach Christa is about to chuck his headset into the second row. He cannot believe it. and it's going to bring up a turnover on downs.
Sincere got pushed with two hands before the ball even got to him, and it caused him not to be able to catch that ball, and the officials act like nothing happened.
The ball will be placed at the 40. It's Appomattox football after the turnover on downs. Radford was held to a 3rd and 13, back at their own 23, converted and burned a lot more time off the clock, but the Raiders march their twin back veer option offense onto the field. Slipping through the cracks is quarterback Conroy, and he's got a gain of 10. Radford looked like they'd corralled him in the backfield for a loss of 1, but he gets a gain of 11.
Nick, I said the first 2 possessions of the third quarter is always critical in a game like this. Well, Appomattox got the defensive stop, and right there, one play, quarterback keeper gets a first down.
First down and 10 in Radford territory at the 40-yard line, at the 49-yard line. At the far hash, Appomattox working right to left. 8:30 to go in the third quarter. Radford 30, Appomattox 14. Handoff up the middle is stymied rather rudely by the Bobcats, and it's a gain of 2.
It's going to be interesting to see what this rain is going to do to both teams here in the second half. Appomattox is a notorious running team, and then the Bobcats like to air it out.
Conroy, in what seems to be a little bit of pain at the moment, he's hopped up and he's going to limp off the field right now. He's getting taken out as the athletic trainer, Dove Martin, came onto the field to assist him. So he's got to sit out. He's really upset right now, chucking his helmet on the sideline. It's probably going to be in pain. And now out comes the original starting quarterback, Grayson Peterson, who engineered this offense to a win over Radford a season ago. 2nd down and 8. He started the first 5 games of the season. A 1-4 record, takes the snap, takes it up the middle, and the big fella rumbles for a first down. Right up into the heart of the Radford defense, and it's a gain of 10. Out to the 38 he goes.
Yeah, he didn't miss a beat right there. Coming off the sideline, right, goes right under center and picks up a first down.
So Reagan Conway, the starting quarterback, is 5'9", 155. Grayson Peterson, 6'4", 210. And he is all of that. Under center he goes. Split back underneath. Keeps it on a read option. Plenty of running room, plenty of wiggle room, and rumbles his way for a first down. There is a flag that came in the secondary, and we'll see who the culprit of the crime is. I'm going to believe this is going to be a holding, and sure enough, it is. So the flag was thrown at the 31. This will back him up to the 41. So we'll repeat first down. It'll be a 1st and 12 now.
Honestly, Bobcats thankful for that holding call right there because they did not have that option covered right there. Quarterback went untouched until all the way almost to the first down marker. Option plays, you got to have a guy glued in on the quarterback. You have a guy glued in on the pitch man. They didn't have that time.
First down and 13 officially at the 41. They have to get to the 28 to move the chains. Peterson with back-to-back 10-yard plus runs. The last one was called back for holding. He's under center. The big boy takes it, drops back to pass, looking over the middle, pressured up the middle. He's going to be caught from behind and dragged down by Sam Hamden Barani at the 50-yard line. SKB in there with a devastating roping tackle. He looked like a cowboy on a horse roping a cattle from behind, and it's going to be 2nd down and 22.
Great play there by Sam Hamden Barani. If it wasn't going to be him, there was 2 other Bobcats sniffing the quarterback down right there. Big play defensively for the Bobcats.
That's Radford's first sack of the game for the season. That goes down as the 34th sack of the year. 2nd and 22 at the 50. Shotgun snap for Peterson. Pressured immediately. It's a screen pass. Plenty of room for Kelso, the big back. He's tripped up. Still on his feet. Plenty of room out to the 20. And he's going to take it all the way. Touchdown, Appomattox. 2 flags come in at the 25. And these are probably going to be blocking the backs. So Kelso takes a 50-yard screen pass to the house. The big fellow rumbled his way, but 2 flags thrown at the 33. Appomattox Raider players with hands on their helmets in disbelief. And here we go. Back them on up.
Fan chucks an umbrella there on the track right behind the Appomattox bench. He's not happy at all. He's more mad than the whole coaching staff. But penalties are killing Appomattox. At one point, they had 55 yards of penalties in the second quarter. Well, you can almost guarantee it's in the 80s, almost to the 100 now.
Perfectly called screen pass, by the way. If it wasn't for those blocking the backs that were kind of pointless.
Yeah.
Kelso was ahead of him in the first place, and he had already scored when those flags came in. We'll repeat second down. It was 2nd and 22. Now it's 2nd and 5 at the 33. Refs blow it dead, and Coach Doug Smith is frustrated and calls his first timeout of the half. 5:58 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout ourselves. 30-second break. Radford 30, Appomattox 14 on WRAD.
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats! Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats!
Now back to more Radford High School football on your home for the Bobcats, WRAD.
5:58 on the scoreboard, 30-14, Radford leading Appomattox here in the New River City at Bobcat Stadium and Norman G. Lindenberg Field. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Wills. We're nice and dry, but on the field it's soaking wet as the rain continues to pour down here in the second round of the playoffs. 5:58 to go in the third quarter. 2nd down and 5 for the Raiders. Peterson takes it, pitches it out to his man. He's got running room, and taking it for a gain of 3 right there is Daniel Bradley. Brings up 3rd down and 2. Radford read that option play relatively well. They're going to give him a gain of 2, brings up 3rd down and 3.
Yeah, the rain, it's amazing. As soon as the touchdown was called there at the end of the second quarter, the rain came down, and it has not stopped. It's going to, like I said, Nick, it's going to be interesting to see how it affects these teams in the second half.
3rd down and 3 from the 31. Appomattox has to get to the 28 at the far hash. Bobcats with 7 guys up on the line, and keeping it as Peterson wrapped up and dropped. Brandon Thompson, a yard of line to gain. It's going to bring up 4th and 1. What a tackle by Thompson to corral Peterson, the big quarterback, a yard short. Yeah, here we go. Run of 2 brings up 4th and 1. Starting quarterback Reagan Conroy knocked out with a leg injury earlier this drive. The senior quarterback, who is benched in the 6th game of the season, steps in, and it's 4th and 1. Everybody up on the line, and Peterson surges ahead for the first down on the brotherly shove.
Ever since that play is no longer a penalty, shoving the guy from behind to get advantage, it's impossible to guard it now. All levels. I mean, it's an automatic first down.
Couple of NFL teams have kind of figured out how to stop it. The Eagles are invincible.
Yeah.
But everybody else is still trying to figure it out.
Especially in high school football, you're not going to have big dudes up front. And
they're going to measure this. The ball is placed at the 28. That's where they had to get. The nose of the football's at the 28.
It looks short from here.
It does look short. Couple of Raiders playing jump rope with the chains.
Of course, if it was Bobcat 4th and 1, I think he got it by a mile.
Here we go. Ball placed and just enough. Right at the stripe of the football. That's a first down, Raiders. 4:42 on the scoreboard. 30-14, Radford still leading. But the Raiders marching this football down the field. So far, an 8-play drive that started at the Appomattox 40-yard line. They've only managed to get to the Radford 28 in 8 plays. Peterson under center with 2 wideouts wide, split backs behind him. Hikes the hide, fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, and the big fella just falls forward for a gain of 3.
Well, here's the advantage to Radford. It takes Appomattox so daggone long to score a touchdown. I mean, we're already 4 minutes left in this third quarter, and if they're just going to keep running play left and right, option, I mean, that's the only advantage to Radford. Means that touchdown at the end of the second half is bigger than ever.
Technically, the score is the game is a 2-score game. Means they got to get 2 2-point conversions, though, if they want to tie this ball game. and stop Radford from scoring.
Right.
Under center, Peterson again. Same formation, takes a snap. This time a run to the right. The Bobcats, ball came out. Appomattox fell right on it. Kelso got lucky for the Raiders. He's loss of one. The Radford Bobcats converge on the quarterback and running back in the handoff and drop Kelso for a loss. He dropped the football and fortunately fell right on top of it.
Yeah, he was tackled on top of it. That was a really lucky play by him.
A loss of 2 brings up 3rd and 9 with 3:20 to go in the third quarter. The Bobcats leading by 16. The Appomattox Raiders with the football at the Radford 27. They have to get to the Radford 18. In motion and jet sweep. They hand it off. Looping around is Bradley, and he's dropped at the 25. They're going to give him out to the 24. Brings up 4th down and 6.
Appomattox has scored on a touchdown pass on 4th down. I think the Bobcats might be a little bit more ready for it this time, but hopefully we don't see that happen again here.
It's going to be 4th down and 6. At the near hash, ball's at the 24. This looks eerily similar to, like you said, when they scored the last touchdown. Working right to left here in the third quarter are the Raiders. They've had this football since the 8:49 mark in the third quarter. It is 2:29 and rolling in the third. Trips to the right for Peterson, one to the left. Stands in the gun. Pressured off the edge. Looks him over the middle. He's got an open man. Nitty in the end zone. Touchdown, Raiders. Deja vu for Appomattox. And they're in once again. A different quarterback, same receiver, same yardage, same play. And Appomattox draws within 10.
Huge play right there by Appomattox. That's a second 4th down touchdown pass
for 20-plus yards.
Yeah, for over 20 yards that the Bobcats have given up.
And they're going to go for it. With 2:18 to play in the third quarter, they're going to go for the 2-point conversion to get within 8. A monstrous play. Ball at the 3, middle of the hashes. Peterson under center. Everybody dropping back. Peterson pressured, flips it out to his running back. Is he going to score? He does. Bradley's in.
Bradley was not going to be tackled. He trucked our guy there at the goal line and got in. And Appomattox is fired up. They got a defensive stop. They got a touchdown. They got a 2-point conversion. 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Bobcats, I'm going to say right now, have to score a touchdown on this series.
Peterson hooks up with Nitty in the end zone on 4th down and 6 for a 24-yard touchdown pass. That was a long drive. 12 plays. It took off 6 minutes and 31 seconds off that drive. And it went only 60 yards, which is incredible. They spent over 6 minutes moving the ball 60 yards. In the first half, they had a 13-play drive that ended in a touchdown as well. Folks, it's going to get interesting here.
Max Nitty, I tell you, the first 4th down touchdown pass was Max Nitty in the middle of the field. Second touchdown pass on 4th down, Max Nitty, middle of the field.
Yeah.
And what they did was it was trips out to the right, and it looked like the quarterback had a little quarterback keeper. He just kind of gets behind the running back, and all of a sudden he sets up and throws it. And it bites the defense down to come hard so he doesn't get the first on the ground, and it leaves the guy wide open downfield.
Ball teed up as the rain pours and pours. 2:18 and rolling, or 2:18 to go in the third. 30-22 is our new score. Alos tees the ball up, hand above his head, trots up, runs underneath it. Line drive, lands at the 30, trickles its way to J.D. Grubb. He dropped the football, gets all the way back to the 5. He picks it up. He's in some trouble, wiggles his way out to the 8, and he is up in it and slammed. A body slam at the 4. Radford can't believe that they didn't get a flag out of that. He was picked up and thrown down and ragdolled, and J.D. Grubb is banged up on the play. He hops up. Wow.
We got a
forward progress at the 9, by the way, but he was picked up, carried 5 yards back, and thrown into the turf.
Well,
unbelievable.
I'm glad JD's okay after that big hit. We got to field the ball. That's twice now we haven't fielded the ball.
That's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, and you got to field it. You got to get in front of it. If you got to jump on it, but don't let it roll all the way back to the 5-yard line again.
Trips to the left for Clark, who takes the snap, keeps it himself. He's converged in the backfield. Loss of 5. Raiders can feel it.
Oh, yeah.
The rain is pouring. There are puddles on the track. It has been nonstop since the start of halftime. 2nd down and 13. Radford led at the break 30-14. Right now, they only lead 30-22 with 1:42 to go in the third quarter. 2nd and 13, ball placed at the 6 after a loss of 3 on first down. Clark drops back the pass, steps up, lobs it over the middle, dropped by Jaden Hendricks. The ball is just too slick there. He would have had a first down and more, but he couldn't haul it in. 3rd and 13.
This is where the rain just affects the game, Nick. I mean, we pass the ball 95% of the time. Appomattox runs it, and right there we saw it. Jaden Hendricks, who usually would catch that ball, was open, and it just slipped right through his hands.
Trips to the right for Clark. Luke Woodard on an island to the left. Grubb is the back in the backfield accompanying Clark. Landon almost got another guy to jump on the end. No flag thrown. Grubb now on the left hip. Clark hikes the hide, pulls it out. Quick screen pass out to Luke Woodard. He's got a convoy in front of him. Got a couple of blockers following his way, only for a gain of 10. That's a solid gain, but it's still going to bring up 4th down and 13. Or 4th and 3, sorry.
First time for the evening. Punt team coming out for the Bobcats.
And this is a dangerous place right here with the rain coming in. This has got to be a perfect snap from Jackson Wade to Clark, who stands at his own 2. 4th down and 4 at the 15. Under a minute to play in the third quarter. Radford with only 1 first down in the second half. Clean snap, clean catch. Punt is away. It's an end-over-end rocket that's fair caught at the 50 by Bradley, and they're going to give him at the 49. On Radford's side of the field. No, it's placed at the 50. All right, 44 seconds to play in the fourth quarter. Ball at midfield. Mr. Timothy Whirls, what's got to happen here?
Well, I tell you, a lot has got to happen. We got to get defensive stop is what we got to get to happen. But I tell you what, 52, Charlie Davis on his knee a lot. He's exhausted. His hands on his hips. He's breathing hard. You can tell from up here. And he was just literally kneeling on the field trying to catch his breath.
1st and 10 from the 50. 2 wideouts left, 2 to the right. Empty backfield for Peterson. Radford showing pressure. Man in motion from right to left. Flags on the play. False start on the jet sweep motion. Unfortunately for the receiver, he just stumbled there and slipped on the wet grass. It's going to bring up 1st down and 15. Back to the 45, and Radford got lucky there with that penalty.
Nick, starting quarterback Reagan Conroy was lined up at the receiver's position.
Trusting Peterson to lead the offense. The senior quarterback was inserted back into the game after Conroy was banged up. Conroy back in his natural position at wide receiver after taking over midway through the season at quarterback. Peterson again in the gun alone. 4 wide out split.
Come on.
1st and 15, motion man from right to left once again, going it out, keeping himself as Peterson runs into a wall. Gets only a gain of 4 out to the Appomattox 49, brings up 2nd down and 11.
Give Peterson some credit. He got thrown in that last possession, and he took it all the way down and threw a touchdown pass to keep the Raiders in this game right there. Good read and almost back to the original line of scrimmage. Bobcat defense has got to stand strong here. That penalty may give us a benefit here, but it's already back to 2nd and 11.
Raiders don't have to snap the football to end the third quarter. I don't think they're going to do that. Nope. Well, Peterson's going to go under center. 3 seconds on the scoreboard. He takes the snap. One more play. Peterson out to the right side. Upended and rudely turned back. Only a gain of 4. And it's going to be 3rd down and 7 to start the fourth quarter. 30-22. We said it was going to be a good game, and, well, you're getting one, folks. Bobcats leading by 8. Appomattox with the football. 1 dramatic quarter left in this ball game. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Fourth quarter on the other side on WRAD.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
You're listening to Radford High School football on WRAD Radford, WRAD FM Radford, your home for Bobcat football. 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, the WRAD Talk Network.
12 minutes on the scoreboard. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Wells, as we start the fourth quarter of football. 30-22. Radford leads Appomattox. At the halftime break, the Bobcats led 30-14. A touchdown drive by Appomattox just a few minutes ago was capped off by a 2-point conversion to bring it within a 1-score game. Peterson will go under center. 2 wideouts to the left. 3rd and 6 from the 46. At the near hash, Raiders working left to right. Low snap picked up by Peterson, wrapped up and rumbles out. 2-yard carry, 4th and 4.
That was not a clean snap either.
No.
The rain coming down like it is. I mean, anything can happen here. And Coach Smith, he's got a big decision here. He's got to go for it. It's in plus territory.
He calls his offense almost all the way over to the side, almost his entire offense over to the sideline. All of his skill players over there converging with him. 4th and 4. Last 2 fourth downs faced by this Raider offense. They've scored touchdowns. Here we go. Ball, middle of the hashes at the 44.
Watch for the double pass.
Every Wet fan on their feet. Under center, Pearson dropping back, pressured off the edge. He's going to be sacked. Back in Radford territory. Brandon Thompson's 2nd sack of the game. Back at the 42. A monstrous play by the senior.
Brandon Thompson coming with a head full of steam right there. Quarterback had no place to go. He was crying for a horse collar, but nonetheless, Brandon was way too fast. Brought him down. A huge 4th down. Got this stadium rocking once again.
That sack was from the 44 all the way back to the Appomattox 43. A loss of 11. Shotgun for Clark, trips to his right, takes the snap, hands it off. Grubb tries to take it around the edge. He's got some room, splits a hole, and is upended. Rudely loss of 1. Big hit there by Nitty.
Max Nitty, man, he's good. J.D. Grubb's still down.
And J.D. Grubb's banged up on the other side. Took a licking right there. Nitty hit him hard and then did an Allen Iverson step over him after the hit. Grubb banged up on the other side of the field. No, it's not Grubb. Grubb's over here. Banged up over there. Jaden Hendricks is the man down for Radford. Another wide receiver down for the Bobcats. He's struggling to get up right now at the very moment. It's 2nd down and 11 after the loss of 1. Grubb tried to stretch it out. Hendricks hops up. He's going to be carried off the field. That left foot, no pressure on it whatsoever.
Glad it wasn't J.D. Grubb then. I mean, I used Jaden Hendricks too, but fortunately, I'm not sure what happened to him.
Yeah. Blocking for Grubb there on the end and got probably rolled up on over there. 2nd down and 11 at the far hash at the 44. Radford will have to move the chains down to the Appomattox 33. The Bobcats have only run 9 or 10 total plays here in the second half. Only 1 first down. Trio of receivers to the left for Clark, 1 to the right. Takes snap, play action pass, screen pass to Max Knight. Jukes out 1 defender. He's got defenders. There's a man out to the 30. Bursts the speed. Jukes out a man and takes it down to the 17-yard line. Into the red zone. Max Knight goes for Brad's Barbershop first down. Only the 2nd of the second half. And Radford in business after a beautiful screen pass and a tunnel screen to Max Knight.
We don't call him Mr. Reliable for nothing right there. We needed that play. Give him a screenplay. Use his quickness to shed some tackles. Big play by number 18.
Gain of 27. He's got 143 receiving yards today. Trips to the left for Clark, who's at the far hash in the gun with Grubb in the backfield with them. Knipe on an island to the right. Radford 3 seconds to snap the football. They get it off. Clark dances back to the 30. Rolls out, pressured, steps up, and dropped. Grabbed him by the shoulder blade and bringing him down. Nice tackle there by Tavian Kidd. First sack of the game for the Appomattox defense, and man, Landon Clark was so close to escaping that one.
Yeah, Landon's got to be careful now. The ground is slick. The rain, it's letting up some, but it's still coming down. He's going to have to get the ball out. He's not going to be able to dance like he did the first half. He's going to have to get that ball out and get out quick. He did have Sincere streaming down the middle of the field right there.
2nd and 17, ball at the 25, 9:30 and rolling in the fourth. 30-22, Radford leads. Pump fake from Clark, pressured, lobbing one to the end zone, double coverage, incomplete, threw it all the way out of bounds. Dangerous throw off the back foot by Clark. Brings up 3rd and 17 at the 25, 9:22 to go in this fourth quarter.
That was a tough pass. Appomattox is bringing pressure. Landon threw it off the back of his foot again. Impressive arm strength right there, but sails out of bounds. Would have liked more of a medium route right there to cut this third down into more manageable, but now we're faced with a 3rd and 17. We got to go pretty deep here.
Landon 2 for 5 in the second half for only 37 yards. 3rd down and 17. Drops back, guns it over the middle. Ball tipped in the air, almost intercepted. Kelso dropped what was a surefire interception in the middle of the field. 4th and 17.
One of the first passes this season you kind of scratch your head at on. I think he just didn't see that linebacker sitting right there. He saw 2 guys coming across the field, and it was almost intercepted, but then almost when it was tipped, it was almost an opportunity for our receiver to catch it. And now we definitely, we got to take a shot here.
4th and 17, Radford going for it at the 25. Trips to the right, 1 to the left for Clark, who stands in the gun. Hikes the hide. 4-man pressure up the middle. Clark rolls to his left, looking to throw downfield. He's floating one to Luke Woodard. Catches it at the 5, and he's down to the 1. Oh, man! 4th down miracles from both teams, and Radford has first and goal from the 1.
What a play by Landon Clark. He escapes once again, gets into open space, lofts it right over the defender's head to Luke Woodard. Luke Woodard almost found himself into the end zone right there. That is an all-star play by number 7, Landon Clark.
A gain of 24 with 9:06 to go in the fourth quarter. I don't want to say it, but that one just feels like Radford just sucked all of the life out of Appomattox right there.
Yeah, great play. Again, just the touch over the defender's head and Luke Woodard hauling it in. Great play.
Clark runs under center, takes a snap, smudges under the play. Did he score? He did! Touchdown! Redtown, 36-22! Appomattox distraught across the way. A deflating 2 plays from the Radford offense as they punch it in. Landon Clark, folks, he is a gamer.
Just going back to that play, he scrambled off to the sideline. The defender's bit. He floated it over the DB's head right there. Luke Woodard, great job catching that ball, and then Landon finishing the business on the quarterback keep.
Flag on the play, false start, and, well, that's honestly a good false start because Clark dropped the snap on the wet grass. Well, back to Bobcats up 5 yards. It's going to be a much harder attempt for Lewis Webster. He's been perfect today, and he also has a field goal. Middle of the hashes from the 15. This will be a 25-yard extra point attempt. Clean snap, clean hold. Kick is up. It is pure. Holy cow, Lewis Webster. He is playing out of his mind today, kicking his way to a 37-22 lead. Radford on top by 15 with 8:58 to play in the fourth quarter. We'll step aside for 30 seconds here on WRAD.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
On the air and online. Now back to more Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network.
8:58 on the scoreboard in the fourth quarter. Radford 37, Appomattox 22 after a 43-yard, 7-play touchdown drive that took 2 minutes and 2 seconds off the scoreboard. I'm Nick Brown. To my left, Timothy Wells. The closest game Radford has played in all season long, and
we knew it would be.
That's true, but they are soaking in the moment and playing well, doing what needs to be done to get the win. Elijah Goff tees the ball up at the 40, trots up, swings the left leg through, onside kick, not sure if it was right, picked up by Jaden Hendricks. He scoots out to the 30. They're going to mark him down at the 48. I don't know if that was supposed to be an onside kick or not. It looked like it slipped off his foot, but right into the hands of Jaden Hendricks, and the Radford Bobcats have the ball at the Appomattox 48.
I think that was intentional.
What a
gutsy call.
What an incredible kick by Goff.
Gutsy call, gutsy kick.
It was so perfect. And Jaden Hendricks, who was banged up with a leg injury on the last drive, looked mighty fine on that recovery there.
That's right.
8:55 to play in the fourth quarter. Clark in the gun with 4 wideout split. Shotgun snap. Handoff up the middle. Grubb. And the wiggle worm takes it for a gain of 6 up the middle.
At this point, we just got to protect the ball. The wet conditions, going to probably keep it on the ground as much as we can. Protect that ball.
Gain of 6 up the middle brings up 2nd down and 4 at the 42 at the far hash. What a call for the onside kick, and what a kick by Goff. As perfect execution as it gets.
First question Coach Chris is going to get after this game, was that intentional?
Landon in the gun, 4 wideout split, 2nd and 4, takes the snap, hands it off, Grubb. And Grubb converged at the 2nd. He was stuffed. Brings up 3rd down and 4. And keep in mind, Appomattox burned a timeout in the 3rd quarter. They only have 2 remaining as we go under 8 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. With Radford up 15.
And it's taken them 13 plays, 12 plays series sometimes to score the ball in the end zone. But at the same time, they've scored twice through the air on 4th down against the Bobcats.
3rd and 4, 4 wideout split for Clark. Grubb in the backfield with them. 3rd and 4. Raiders bring pressure, handoff, no, RPO. Clark threw it in the dirt. He's upset at himself. He had a wide open slanting Woodard over the middle. 4th and 4.
Just never got set right there. Had some pressure coming, and would have liked Landon just maybe to take one more step back in his drop back right there, settle himself, and he had Luke Woodard on that slant pattern right there, wide open.
And it looks like the punt team is out on the field. Looks like they're going to boot this ball away. Do you fake it?
Nah, let's pin them. It takes them too long to get down the field.
Clark stands at his own 49. Clean snap, clean hold. Punt is away, and
oh my gosh.
Holy cow, he killed it. It lands in the end zone for a touchback.
Best punt of the year. We just need him to tap it down there.
Destroyed the football. Putting out a bid to be the starting punter for Elon. And
as soon as he booted that thing, I was like, oh my goodness.
7:25 to go in the 4th quarter. 37-22, Radford on top. Appo will start with the ball at their own 20. Like you said, their 3 touchdown drives took 12 plays, 13 plays, and 6 plays. 2 of those touchdown drives took over 6 minutes. There's 7:25 to go in the 4th quarter. and Peterson's going to stand in the gun. 4 wide out split, takes the snap, looks left, screen pass, too high, incomplete.
Or forcing them into a game that they don't particularly want to depend on. That's the passing game. They want to run it 8-9 times in a row and then throw the pass in there to get the defense off bounds.
Does it feel like pick 6 weather?
Absolutely.
2nd down and 10 at the 20.
If he throws it like he just did right there, will be.
2nd and 10. Middle of the hashes. 4 wide out, split. Now 5 wide. Empty backfield for Peterson. Trips to his right, 2 to his left. Takes the snap. Bobcats bring 5. They get him down for a sack on the play. Ricky Bailey. He's juiced up. It's a loss of 5 back into the 15. Radford can feel it. A sack on each of the last 3 drives. They didn't record one in the first half at all. They reached their season average with a sack there for their 3rd of the game. 6:55 and ticking away. Time bleeding away for Doug Smith and his Raiders, and they're backed up to a 3rd and 15 at the 15. Trips to the right for Peterson, 1 to his left. Takes the snap, pressured again. Another screen pass, ball in the air, incomplete, flag on the play. There is a flag thrown at the line of scrimmage. We'll wait to see what it is. Illegal man downfield, yes. On the screen pass, brings up, I'm going to assume they're going to decline it, yes. 4th down and 15 after the incomplete pass. Radford snuffed out that screen pass in a hurry. Radford is not going to send out a punt returner. 4th and 15 at the 15. Conroy stands back at his own 1. Clean snap, clean catch. Ball is away. Terrible punt. It's going to land out of bounds at the Appomattox 29.
Wow. Appomattox probably said, well, we might as well just went for it after that punt. My goodness.
Ball never got to the 1st down marker.
6.5 minutes to go. Come on, Bobcats. Let's get this thing in the end zone.
Radford can deliver a death blow. Ball at the 30 at the 29-yard line. 6:30 on the scoreboard. At the near hash, shotgun snap. Handoff to Grubb. Slips through the holes, and he's got a gain of 3 on 1st down. Appomattox getting frustrated. You can tell a lot of their players starting to lose their cool after plays now.
Good run by J.D. Grubb. Typically, he likes to bounce it out to the outside, and that time he planted his foot, got upfield, went north and south, got some positive yards, and keeps the clock clicking.
He's had every carry today. Second and 7. Ball at the 26. 5:50 and rolling. Shotgun snap. Another handoff to Grubb, who, wow, nice carry there for a gain of 3 as he slithered through the cracks. Brings up 3rd down and 3. I'm going to give him a game of 4.
Good patient run right there by J.D. Grubb.
Yeah. And now at the far hash, the ball is at the 22. Radford has to get to the 19 to move these chains. Appomattox just has to watch these precious seconds die away.
Yeah, you're stuck now. Like you said, Nick, he already took a timeout in the 3rd quarter, early in the 3rd quarter.
5:10 and ticking. Shotgun snap. Keeping it. Clark bounces it outside. 1st down and slides to the turf at the 15. There is a late flag thrown in the backfield. We're going to wait to see. It seemed to be after the play. Might be a holding actually on Wade, and that's what his mannerisms seem to be. Perfect read there on the read option by Clark. And sure enough, it's a holding.
What a late flag. Landon had already ran 10 yards past him and slid, got down, was getting the back off the ground, then the flag came in.
The ball was being placed when that flag was thrown in. So it was a converted 3rd and 3, is now 3rd and 10. Back to the 29 they go. They have to get to the 19. The clock will roll under 5 minutes. Radford doesn't mind taking their time. 37-22, Bobcats up on the Raiders of Appomattox. 3rd and 10 at the far hash. Clark, 4 wide out split. Running back in the backfield with them. Keeping it. Clark again on the read option. Dances out, gives a stiff arm, and he stood up in bounds. Appomattox didn't shove him out of bounds when they could have, and they just plant him in bounds for a gain of 3. Brings up 4th and 7.
Smart by Landon to let up right there. He literally stopped himself and made sure that he stayed in bounds right there. Smart play by number 7.
37-22, 4:18 and rolling. Radford up by 15. Is that where Clark's development has been the best over the offseason, his intelligence?
He's played really smart football this year. Hasn't done anything, what we'd say, boneheaded decisions. He's been very smart, very mature, hasn't put himself in danger either of injuries this year. Just great all-around play this year by number 7.
Here we go. Shotgun snap for 4th and 7. Clark pressured, lobbing one deep to the end zone for Luke Woodard, and it is incomplete. Bobcats want the flag for the PI. They don't get it.
Those officials aren't going to call it. He won it. Yeah, exactly. The official was reaching for it, but then he decided not to. On a game with 3 minutes left, potentially give the ball back to Appomattox, but that was by far a pass interference in the end zone. Luke Woodard had an opportunity to catch that ball, and then 2 defenders took him down.
Turnover on downs there after the holding play backed up the Bobcats, and then the incomplete pass in the end zone on 4th down. Ball is now at the 28-yard line for the Raiders. 1st and 10, Peterson in the gun alone. 4 wide out split. Bobcats show pressure. Motioning a man from left to right, taking the snap, looks over the middle, escapes pressure. Conroy takes it. He's got wiggle room, and he's got a gain of 8. Conroy inserted at quarterback now as Peterson is relieved of his duties after a rough 3 plays on the previous drive. So a run of 7 brings up 2nd and 3.
Looks like Conroy's leg is feeling pretty good right there. He looked pretty quick right there, and he wisely got out of bounds this time for the Raiders.
Out to the 35. Conroy in the gun. Kelso in the backfield with them. Bobcats pressure up the middle. Conroy escapes, completes it over the middle. It is caught and a 1st down out to the 50. DeMonte Freshman with the reception out to midfield. And that moves the chains for a Raiders 1st down.
Raiders can pass the ball. Here we're starting to see it.
1st and 10 from midfield, 3:25 and rolling in the 4th. Conroy over the middle. It is broken up, incomplete. Flag thrown at the line of scrimmage. Perfectly played defense by Knipe and Davis to break up that football. The flag is placed specifically at the 48-yard line, and it's a holding. Back in the Raiders up with 3:21 to go. 37-22. Radford with the lead, and they can sniff victory. Trying to conquer the mountaintop that is the Raiders in the 2nd round of the playoffs. Ball at the 40. A 15-point lead. 1st and 20 for Appomattox, trailing the homestanding Bobcats. 4 wide out split. Shotgun snap. Pump fake. Lob over the middle. It is intercepted by Clark at the 40. Plenty of room at the 40. 35, 30 to the 20. 10, 5. Touchdown. Redtown. Landon Clark steals it with the pick 6. And the Bobcats storming their way to the region championship game.
I told you, Nick, we were hungry for a pick 6 tonight. And who else? Number 7, Landon Clark, does it again. It was against Allegheny when they were within striking distance in the third quarter here, or midway through the season. Landon Clark picked 6 right down the same sideline. Here again, Appomattox hanging on to a little bit of hope that they have, and Landon Clark takes it from them with another pick 6 down the Radford Bobcats sideline all the way to the end zone.
The extra point to be attempted by Webster. Clean snap, clean hold. Kick is away, and the kick is through. 44 to 22 with 3:09 to go in the fourth quarter. Landon Clark, a 60-yard pick 6 for his 5th of the season, sealing the victory. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. The final 3 minutes and a victorious night in Radtown on the other side of this break here in the New River City on WRAD.
Bobcat fans, it's game time. Time for friends, food, fun, and football. Where, you ask? At Moncado's, of course. Whether it's before, during, or after the game, come to Moncado's or have your tailgate party catered with the delicious Moncado's food you know and love. With 19 locations, there's a Moncado's wherever you go, including Radford, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Salem. Moncado's is now hiring for all positions. Stop by a location for more information. Check out their daily specials, locations, and catering menu at moncado's.net, and we'll see you at the Do's.
You're listening to Radford Bobcats football on the WRAD Talk Network. Here once again are Radford High School alums Nick Brown and Timothy Worrells.
44 to 22 is our score. Radford leading Appomattox with 3:09 to go in the fourth quarter. The 4th year in a row that Radford has faced Appomattox, the 3rd year in a row that they have clashed in the second round of the playoffs. And oh, how sweet does this one feel, Mr. Timothy Worrells?
It's feeling sweet, and there's still 3 minutes left, but after that pick 6, I think everyone that's wearing black and gold in this stadium is relieved. It just seems like Appomattox came out at halftime, was about to take the ball and the game back in their hands, but the Bobcats have stood strong, and we've now doubled their score 44 to 22 so far.
Goff swings the leg through a line drive roller that squirts through the legs of the receiver at the 15, returning it out, dancing around at the 15, trying to end around, trying to stretch the play out to the 24-yard line is Xavier Mosley, and he'll take it to the 24th, the near hash. 2:59 on the scoreboard, 44 to 22. Wow.
It's been a good football game tonight, and everyone's been asking, well, Radford hasn't been tested this year, and, well, they've stood the test tonight against Appomattox Raiders. They've stood strong. They've made plays. Landon Clark, we go back to that 4th down. We're only up by a touchdown. He floats it over. He scrambles, floats it over the DB's head to Luke Woodard, leads to a Landon Clark quarterback sneak touchdown, and then a Landon Clark pick 6 right there to seal what we believe is the deal now.
Bunch formation. Conroy in the gun, takes the snap, pressured up the middle, fires over the middle, intercepted again by Landon Clark at the 25-20, back-to-back plays, back-to-back pick 6s, and the Bobcats have hung a 50-burger on the Raiders. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my word. That ball finds Landon Clark, went through the receiver's hands right into Landon Clark, and he could have walked backwards for 55 yards into the end zone. And, Nick, the boys got 50.
They did get 50. The 6th time that Radford has scored 50-plus points in a season. The first time they have ever achieved that feat. Bad snap, bad hold. Clark is tackled. That one just went astray, and the score remains a perfect 50 to 22 with 2:49 to go. We'll stay right here. Everybody on their feet in Bobcat Stadium who was wearing black and gold. A lot of Raiders fans still here in attendance. And for the first time since 2018, they will be seeing their season come to an end to the hands of the Radford Bobcats. The last time that this happened was in Christiansburg in 2018. Radford will pick up their 3rd all-time victory at home, technically, only their 2nd one over the Raiders in Bobcat Stadium, that Christiansburg game counted as a home game because Radford hosted it.
True.
But 50-22 is our score. 2 plays, 2 pick sixes for Landon Clark, proving that he is indeed the best player in Class 2 Virginia high school football. Ball teed up by Elijah Goff. Folks, this one's over, and it feels so good.
It's going to be a rematch with Glenver.
Goff, a dribbler that's picked up at the 30. Taking it is Kelso, and he is dragged down by his shirt tail at the 35. Glenver taking care of Gretna.
Close one. They had a fight for that one tonight.
They did. Radford defeated Glenver 36-3 over a month and a half ago. And hey, you're going to get to call a Radford-Glenver football game this year. You missed the first one.
I did.
A beat down.
A lot to say about that game now that we know that's going to be happening in the post-game show.
That will be a chippy game.
But hey, we still got 2:40 left.
2:40 to go in this fourth quarter. 50-22 is our score. Appomattox, Conroy in the gun, takes a snap, end around, bouncing off of the tackler. Taking it around is Xavier Mosley, and he tries to hurdle a man at the 45, and he's got a solid carry, a gain of 9 there. Leading by 28 points.
Alex Roberson right there on the tackle. Some of the starters now on the sideline. 52, Charlie Davis is exhausted down there. Jackson Wade comes out now.
Timeout here called by the Raiders. It's their second of the half. We'll stay right here with 2:21 to go in the fourth quarter. 50-22, Radford leading. Back-to-back plays, back-to-back pick sixes, sealing this one by Landon Clark. Just a special, special evening today as the Bobcats finally conquering the Raiders in 4 tries it took them. Let's take a look at some of these scores, these last 3 scores between Radford and Appomattox. In that spring game at Appomattox, it was delayed due to a tornado. The Raiders won 41-12. The next fall at Appomattox, second round of the playoffs, Radford had a pretty good season in Coach Chris' first year. 7-3 football season. Radford still fell to the Raiders 56-28. Last year, Radford 9-1. Felt like they had it. Appomattox entered the game 8-2. Radford lost 38-33 on the field. Oh, so close, coming up a 4th down stop short. Tonight, they lead 50-22. As Conroy takes a snap, guns it quickly out to the sideline where it is dropped incomplete. 3rd and 1 upcoming for the Raiders with 2:23 to play. Radford just gradually getting closer to beating Appomattox. Gradually getting there. And here they are, up by 28 with 2:23 to go.
Bobcats shut out in the third quarter.
Not
a, this quarter.
Yeah. Not a single starter in the game for Radford. Conroy at the 40, takes a snap. Slips by a tackle in the open field, and the turf monster gets him. He blew a gasket at the 46 in Radford territory.
Thankfully, because he had some green, muddy grass right in front of him.
Clock rolls, 2:12 and ticking in the fourth. Spiked the football here by Conroy with 2:11 to play in the fourth. Bobcats 50, Appomattox 22 is still our score. You know what's funny is the last 3 games that these two teams have played have come on the eve of Thanksgiving break for Radford University and Virginia Tech. 2 years ago, we were stuffed in traffic and we got to the stadium at 8 o'clock. The game started at 8:30. Taking the snap, Conroy pressured off the edge, steps up, throws on some boosters, throws a shoulder, and muscles his way down to the 36-yard line. He's stronger than he looks, especially in the open field.
Tough player.
Under center he goes to spike the football. He does with 1:58 to play in the fourth. Appomattox will fight till the very end. They won't give up an inch.
Glenver, Radford rematch. This time for a trophy.
For a real trophy.
That's right.
And you know Glenver does not feel good about that 36-3 beatdown that they suffered.
Coach Clifford's going to have those boys ready to hit something when they get off those buses next week.
At the near hash, full right out split, shotgun snap, high in the air, corralled by Conroy, zips it out to the right sideline where it is caught. Tanner Rogers in on the tackle, out at the 30. Brings up 2nd and 5.
One quarterback to another quarterback for the Raiders.
Yeah, Conroy to Peterson. Appomattox still with all of their starters out on the field. Radford with no starters on the field. A complete flip-flop from 2 years ago and 3 years ago.
Almost identical to the Allegheny game. I know I said that already, but within a touchdown in the third quarter and then blown away by the Bobcats.
Final score of that one, 49-22. Final score today, if it holds right here, 50-22. Timeout Raiders with 1:54 to go. Man, 20 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Bobcats shut out there in the third quarter. I tell you, coming out of the halftime break, if you're just tuning in, you heard 50-22. That wasn't the case all game. Just in the third quarter, it was 30-22. Appomattox came out of the locker room, got a defensive stop, then took the ball all the way down, scored the ball, and just started to feel like Appomattox might give us something we didn't want to look at tonight, which was a close game, closer than normal, and the momentum was in their hands. But then all of a sudden, Bobcats, Landon Clark, quarterback keeper, after an amazing fourth down pass, and then 2 pick sixes in a row by Landon Clark to get us to 50.
At the near hash, at the 30, trips to the left, to hand off to Kelso up the middle, and the big man stiff-arming his way, still churning those legs like butter out to the 24. Hurrying up to the line, Conroy will most likely spike this one. And there he goes with the spike. That's the third different formation for a spike that they've drawn up.
Get to the ball and get to it quick.
Ball at the 24, 1:41 to go in the fourth. Trips to the left for Conroy, one to the right. He's in the gun with Kelso on his right hip. Shotgun snap. Pressure up the middle, flips it out to the middle of the field. It is caught. Peterson muscling his way down to the 3. Appomattox will have a 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. Clock will start to roll right now. 1:30 and ticking. Conroy under center. Drops the football. Who's got it? Under the pile. And Appomattox picked it up there as Conroy dropped the snap. And the clock will continue to roll under 1:18 to play. 50-22, Radford leading. 2nd and goal from the 2 for Appomattox, trying to reach that 28 mark. Under center, keeping it. Conroy bounces it out. Stood up.
Nice.
And did he fall into the end zone? He did. Radford stuffed him immediately, but he falls in for a touchdown. Raiders, with 59 seconds to go, bring it within 22 points. Almost likely keep their offense on the field here. Appomattox always going to fight to the final whistle. Always. Conroy drops under center for the 2-point conversion attempt. Hands it off. Kelso plows over a man. Whoa. Into the end zone. Wow. That was a strong man right there. And the lead is trimmed to 20 with 59 ticks remaining in the fourth quarter. Appomattox with no timeouts left. All Radford has to do is hop on an onside kick. And that will be all she wrote. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. The final minute Radford leading 50-30 on the other side of this ball game on WRAD.
The Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn is a proud supporter of Radford High School sports and wishes the Bobcats the best of luck in the playoffs. Dr. Vaughn has been a Radford orthodontist for 36 years and proven the smiles and confidence of countless patients. Dr. Vaughn and his team salute our team, the Radford High School Bobcats. Good luck in the playoffs and continue to make your school, your parents, and your community proud. Go Bobcats! From the Office of Dr. Dennis Vaughn, orthodontist, Radford.
Now back to more Radford High School football on your home for the Bobcats, WRAD.
59 seconds remaining as both kick teams trot onto the football field. I'm Nick Brown to my left. Timothy Wells, Radford 50, Appomattox 30. All this game needs is a bow on top of it. No timeouts remaining for the Raiders. All Radford has to do is hop on this football. A date with the Highlanders from Glenver is set up from a week now.
Let's get this onside kick recovery and let's put it into it for the night.
50-30, Radford leads. The Raiders tee the ball up. Timeout, Radford. We'll stay right here. Well, Mr. Wells, I don't know if it's going to be Friday or Saturday. I'm assuming it'll be Friday from what Wade has probably told us in the past.
I think I heard him earlier today say if we win, I heard a something 7 o'clock. So I'm guessing it's going to be Black Friday, 7 p.m.
Yeah, that's what I feel is cooking up. You go Black Friday shopping?
No.
You don't?
Nah.
No. Cyber Monday guy?
Nah.
Nah. When do you get your Christmas presents?
Last second, man.
You're the man that rushes into Walmart on December 24th.
Except for the daughter, that's like you get so excited to buy stuff. We've already got some stuff for her, but
Friday night, 7 o'clock, a date with the Highlanders. Black Friday. I'll drag you out to Black Friday shopping earlier that morning. And no, I'm just kidding. Sleep in, digest your turkey, and then feast on a rivalry game that is going to be oh so chippy, folks.
It's going to be big-time football next Friday night.
Ball's teed up. Onside kick. Pooched up into the air. A flag on the play. And it's offside. Man, we can't get this 59 seconds over with quick enough.
Oh, a pooch kick. Okay. Not only a pooch kick, but a pooch kick right to a Bobcat. So that secret's out of the bag. Let's see how they follow up after this penalty. A lot of penalties. Not very normal for a Coach Smith football team, but over 100 yards of penalties for the Raiders this evening. Well, we'll tee it back up again after that offsides. Will it be another pooch?
I hope so.
A pooch right to Sam Hannabrani the first time. Here comes the rain.
Once again.
When it rains, it pours.
The third kick attempt underway, and this one will be caught by Cole Martin at the 30. And he's just going to drop to one knee right there. Cole Martin, a man who was at FCA at 7 in the morning today, is still awake at 9:46, catching a football in the driving rain, and sealed the victory for the Bobcats. 50-30 as number 7 trots onto the field for 2 more snaps. Clark in the pistol, Max Knipe on his right hip, Sincere Taylor on his left. There's a snap, the knee, 40 seconds on the play clock, 1 more snap. J.D. Grubb stands behind Landon Clark as he is flanked by Knipe and Taylor once again. A hard-fought game, a grinder of a game, almost taking up 3 hours. And there it is. Radford has done it. They have vanquished the playoff ghosts and defeated Appomattox 50-30. A monumental win for Coach Crest as he gets over the second round playoff hump. A date with Glenver up next for round 2 of the 2023 season. A team that has given Radford some major heartbreaks over the last 3 years, who they dominated in the regular season 36-3. They'll do it. They'll try to do it one more time as they sit one win away from having state thrown in front of a semifinal playoff game title. We'll step aside, collect our thoughts, collect our stats. Business as usual as Radford, no special celebration today. They know they are 3 wins away from everything that they want to accomplish. 50-30 is our final score. A 2-minute break. And then the Harvey's GM post-game report here on WRAD.
Hey guys, this is Ollie Jennings III, wide receiver for your Virginia Tech Hokies. When I committed to Virginia Tech football, I committed to the best. That's why I chose Harvey's GM in Radford. Why settle for less when you can have the best? Go to Harvey's GM for all of your vehicle needs. Tell them Ali sent you. That's Harvey's GM, Tyler Ave in Radford, or go to their website at harveysgm.com for more info. And as always, go Bobcats.
Mullins Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 120 West Main Street in Radford, has been part of the New River Valley since 1918 when it was started under the name of Johnson Funeral Home as a family-owned and operated funeral home. Mullins Funeral Home is still family-owned today. They take pride in offering a warm, welcoming atmosphere to help relax the families they serve during their time of need. You can trust their experienced staff to help you in your most difficult of times. For more information, visit mullinsfuneralhome.com and go Bobcats.
Step foot inside Brad's Barbershop in Radford, and you'll be transported back to a time when men were men and getting a straight razor shave and a haircut is something that mattered. You can expect the service at Brad's to be top-notch, being locally owned and operated. Brad is available daily by appointment, and you can reach them at 838-2109. That's 540-838-2109. Brad's Barbershop is a proud supporter of Radford High School athletics. Go Bobcats!
Hello, I'm Karen, owner of Southern Furniture in Radford. We are family owned and operated, and we carry Ashley, Pulaski, Southern Motion, Serta, Catnapper, Von Bassett, and England by Lazy Boy, and many others. Southern Furniture is a proud supporter of Radford Bobcat football. Players, coaches, and family, go Bobcats. Southern Furniture is located at 2110 West Main Street, just 1 mile past the post office in Radford. Go Bobcats.
Radford High School football is on WRAD. It's time for the Harvey's GM postgame report. With complete game analysis, highlights, and the statistical rundown, we head back to the stadium to Nick Brown and Timothy Worrells.
I'm Nick Brown. He's Timothy Worrells. 50-30 lays on the scoreboard with zeros across the time. Radford victorious by 20 over the Appomattox Raiders, a team that has knocked them out of the playoffs the previous 3 seasons. They finally get over the hump and destroy Appomattox in fashion. And by the way, folks, while we were away, you may wonder, was the team celebrating? Were they jumping around, high-fiving, slapping hands? No, you would have thought they had just beaten Giles in week 3 of the regular season.
They know there's more business to take care of, and the coaches are doing a fantastic job this year, keeping our boys focused. It's one game at a time, and that's exactly what they did this week.
As Timothy Worrells coughs out some demons, I will now ask him, what are your immediate reaction and thoughts of today's game?
Well, we finally had a contest on the schedule, and I say that not because I've been saying we haven't played anyone, but because everyone else in the world has said Radford hasn't played anyone. Well, we have tonight. Big-time win. We got challenged in the third quarter, shut out in the third quarter, and then in the fourth quarter we stood up and we finished the business, is what I like to say. And so we got 50 points on a team like Appomattox, who's playing really good football, really well coached, and we stood strong, and we're moving on. And we have another date with the good old Glenver Highlanders, this time on our field.
Whew. It's going to be a
up.
packed house, and it's going to be a rowdy crowd in the freezing cold temperatures a week from today. But first, Mr. Wells, let's go through some stats. And before we do that, let's go through some scoring.
Well, if you just tuned in and you heard 50-30, you missed a really good football game. And let me get you back to the first quarter here. Radford started the game with a field goal where they went up 3-0. I keep emphasizing that because there's not many times we've said that this season.
Second time this season.
Yeah, 3-0 was the score. And then at the end of the first quarter, Appomattox, with 57 seconds left on the clock, took the lead 7-3. 12 seconds later, Radford responded in 2 plays, capped by a J.D. Grubb touchdown run, which gave the Bobcats back the lead 10-7. We headed into the second quarter, and the Bobcats extended their lead. 20-yard pass from Landon Clark to Max Knipe made it 16-7. A few minutes later, Radford touchdown run number 2 by J.D. Grubb, 9 yards out, took the lead 23-7, and it looked like the Bobcats were going to cruise to victory, but not so fast. A minute and 36 seconds left in the first half. Appomattox throws a touchdown pass on fourth down to make it 23-14. Radford got the ball on their 5-yard line with with 1 minute left on the clock. They go 95 yards, and at the buzzer beater of the first half, Landon Clark, 1-yard quarterback keeper, made it 30-14 before the halftime break. We went to the third quarter. Only score in the third quarter was Appomattox, and they had brought it back down 30-22. It was only an 8-point game heading into the fourth, but then it was the Landon Clark show. On a fourth down, he scrambled and floated the ball over the DB's head to Luke Woodard to the 1-yard line. 1-yard quarterback sneak. Landon Clark took us back to 37-22. Next defensive possession, Landon Clark pick 6, made it 44-22. Very next play on defense, Landon Clark pick 6, made it 50-22. And then here with 59 seconds left in the ballgame, Appomattox still fighting to the end, gets into the end zone, plus the 2 points, got us 50-30. So the score didn't reflect how good of a football game tonight really was.
Yeah, it was close all the way down to the final 5 minutes of the game where it was decided rather quickly by Landon Clark. He said, yeah, this is over. I'm going to decide it right now. 3 touchdowns in nearly a minute from number 7, and he proved that he is the best darn athlete and the best football player in the state of Virginia in Class 2 division. What a game, but business still has to be taken care of. Still not over the midway point of the playoffs, still 3 wins away, and this team knows it. They know that tonight wasn't the grand prize. Tonight wasn't what they were hoping to accomplish, to beat at the end of the year. Appomattox wasn't their state title. They have that in 3 weeks, and they still have a lot of work to do. 2 wins to get to the championship game, and 1 more win to get to the state semis. 3 total wins to win the granddaddy of them all. Like you said, Glenver and Gretna will take on each other. Glenver defeated Gretna, and Radford and Glenver will take on each other next Friday at 7 o'clock. Union and Tazewell will play tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and that will decide the Region D championship game as Graham defeated Gate City tonight as well. Well, to Mr. Timothy Rose, all there is to do is give us your players of the game.
Well, tonight, let's start with the offensive side. I've got to give it to because now I've determined my defensive player game, I can give this person the offensive player game, and that's Max Knipe. Max Knipe had a great game receiving the ball tonight. 6 catches for 164 yards and a touchdown. Now, I'll give honorable mention to J.D. Grubb, who had 2 touchdowns. And, of course, Landon Clark is always in the conversation of any player of the game, which turns us to the defensive side. And, I was flirting with Brandon Thompson, Ricky Bailey, Charlie Davis, all had superb games on the defensive side. But when a man has not 1 but 2 pick sixes to seal the deal in the game, I'm going to give Landon Clark defensive player of the game tonight with 2 pick sixes. So, Max, offensive player of the game, Landon Clark, defensive player of the game.
Well, how about that? Thank you one final time for the second round of the playoffs to all of our sponsors: Southern Furniture, Harvey's GM, Brad's Barbershop, Radford Drug, McAdoo's, Mullins Funeral Home, and Dr. Dennis Vaughn. Thank you to all of our sponsors all season long, and they will continue to sponsor us onward to the region championship game between Radford and Glenver, as the Highlanders are seeking revenge for a beatdown that they suffered on September 29th, almost 2 months ago. On Black Friday, the Bobcats will look to advance to the state semifinals for the first time since 2018. But tonight, they'll enjoy a 50-30 victory over the Appomattox County Raiders. Thank you to you listeners back at home for giving us a platform and enjoying the ride with us all year long. And thank you to the best board op in all of the land, Miss Cindy Sparks, who has been phenomenal and is going to continue to be phenomenal. She is the absolute best and makes us sound a whole lot better than we certainly deserve to sound. So thank you to Miss Sparks for helping us get this show on the road each and every week. And one final time, Radford 50, Appomattox 30. The Bobcats advance to the Region 2C title game against Glenver next week, same time, same place here at Bobcats Stadium. You can catch us here at WRAD as well. We have 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock kickoff between the Highlanders and Bobcats. And as always, good night, go Bobcats, and God bless.
You've been listening to Radford High School football on the WRAD Talk Network, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, and streaming online at WRADradio.com and on the TuneIn app for your phone. Coverage of Radford Bobcats football has been presented by Dr. Dennis Vaughn, Brad's Barbershop, Mullins Funeral Home, McAdoo's, Radford Drug, Harvey's GM, and Southern Furniture. Radford High School football is an exclusive production of the New River Radio Group on the WRAD Talk Network, 101.7, 103.5, and 1460 AM, and Radford High School football. Join Nick Brown and Timothy Whirls again next time for Radford High School football on your home for the Bobcats, the WRAD Talk Network. From the McAdoo studio, this is WRAD-FM Radford, WRAD-AM Radford. News, talk, sports, the WRAD Talk Network.
One in the win column. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A judge has ruled former President Trump can stay on the Colorado primary ballot in 2024.
A group of Colorado voters and the watchdog group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington had filed a lawsuit to keep former President Trump off the state's primary ballot. They said he violated a provision in the Constitution that bars anyone from holding federal office if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion. They charged Trump's actions on January 6 meant he was disqualified from running for the White House. A judge found that Trump had engaged in insurrection, but said it's not clear if that amendment to the Constitution applies to the presidency. Similar lawsuits against Trump were rejected this week by courts in Michigan and Minnesota.
Fox's Jill Nato, the judge overseeing